machozi Yesu, amerejesha tabasamu yangu, jamani Yesu, oh Baba amejibu maombi, amenifuta machozi Yesu, amerejesha tabasamu yangu, jamani Yesu, Nairobi Kenya Bwana amejibu maombi, amenifuta machozi Yesu, amerejesha tabasamu yangu, jamani Yesu, oh Baba amejibu maombi, kanitendea Baba, oh Yesu, jamani Yesu, ni wewe, acha mataifa wote wajue kwamba Baba, sioni haya kusema kwamba ni wewe, acha Nairobi yote wajue kwamba Baba, sioni haya kusema kwamba ni wewe, acha Kenya yote wajue kwamba ni wewe, huyu Mungu ninayemwamini, anayofanya kwa kuweni mambo ya huyu Mungu ninayemwamini, anayofanya kwa kuweni mambo ya amejibu maombi, kanitendea Baba, huyu Yesu, jamani Yesu, Baba amejibu maombi, amenifuta machozi Yesu, huyu Yesu, jamani Yesu, oh Baba amejibu maombi, kanitendea Baba, huyu Yesu, jamani Yesu,
morning. Karibuni sana. Would like to invite the people that are outside to join us in the hall, the meeting room. Those who have taken their tea, kindly come in so that we prepare to start at exactly 9 a.m. So kindly, those who have taken tea, those who have registered, kindly proceed into the hall. Thank you.
Baba
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the 42nd AGM of Finnlemm Sacco. We are kindly requesting the members that are outside, those who have finished taking their tea, kindly come into the hall so that we can start our meeting in the next 5 minutes. Kindly, those who have finished their tea, please proceed to the hall so that we can start our meeting. Thank you.
With a smile on your face. Move, everybody move. With your voices. One more time, Karura voices. Put your hands together. Naomba siku zote ulipo, nipo, nipo. Naomba siku zote ulipo, nipo. Come on, Karura. Naomba siku zote ulipo, nipo, nipo. Naomba siku zote ulipo, nipo, nipo. Kwa mawazo pale ulipo, nipo, nipo. Naomba siku zote nipo. Listen, kwa maamuzi pale ulipo, nipo, nipo. Naomba siku zote. Put your hands together. 1, 2, go. Nipendezwe na kinachokupendeza, nichukizwe na kinachokuchukiza. Mapenzi yako yafanyike kwangu kama kwako pale ulipo, nipo, nipo. Nipendezwe na kinachokupendeza, nichukizwe na kinachokuchukiza. Mapenzi yako yafanyike kwangu kama kwako pale ulipo, nipo, nipo. Karura voices. One more time. With your voices. One last time. Put your hands together. Naomba siku zote ulipo, nipo, nipo. Naomba siku zote ulipo, nipo, nipo.
Hello, good morning. Karibuni sana. Naomba wale wameketi kule nyuma. Kuna nafasi nyingi huku mbele. Tafadhali. Wale wako kule, tungoje wale watachelewa wakae huko. Tuje mbele, tafadhali. Karibuni. Anybody outside, kindly, once you've taken your tea and all the goodies, please proceed to the hall. Take your tea as we begin. Karibuni sana. In the next 2 minutes, we are commencing our 42nd AGM. Tafadhali tukaribie ndani. Wote tunakaribia. Tunawakaribisha wote. Asante. Tunawatangazia wakati ulipokuwa una register pale, kuna consent ambayo you are consenting that tutatumia picha. Utapigwa picha wakati unakuwa na hii shughuli. Kwa hivyo kama huku sign na ulisema hutataka upigwe picha, tunaomba upande juu ukae pande hii. So hutakuwa unapigwa picha. But because you are a member of the Finnlemm Sacco, if in case ulikuwa umekosea, unaweza rudi pale kwa registration because of data protection. So you have to consent ya kwamba hizi picha utapigwa na baadaye itatumika kwa shughuli ya Finnlemm Sacco anywhere. Thank you. If in case you did not consent to it, kindly, we request you to take the stairs up and sit on this right-hand side of mine. Asante.
Of life, napa. Merci mama cause uko na mimi. You never let me go. Mipaka yangu umeitanulia mbali. Even sky see your limit kwa ikibali. Hata haters wanashangilia kwa ndani. Umewawina oh. Sina kingine mimi najivunia zaidi yako baba. Maana niko tuli nimetulia. Wewe unagabaya. Hata wale wananionea usuda, shabaya mbaya. Watapataje mwamba umenifunika, ure watataya. 'Cause I know that you got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall down. Iteleza baba unaniinua, janitupa wala ujanijutia. Ukweli kwamba tunirumia, ngekulipa nini kama ungetaka? Nilipe jema moja moja, maana hata hii pumzi nayovuta hakuna dola ingetosha. Lakini na mimi najivunia zaidi yako Baba. Maana niko tulia, nimetulia, wewe unagabaya. Hata wale wananionea usuda, shabaya mbaya. Utampataje mwamba umenifunika, ure wakataya. 'Cause I know that you got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall down. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall down. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall down. Never fall down. Always by my side. Always by my side. That's why I never fall down.
Welcome to the music surgery.
Bora hata nimshukuru Mungu kwa hivi nilivyo. Maana hata kuna wengine hawajafika nilipo. Bora hata nimshukuru Mungu kwa hiki nilichopata. Maana hata kuna wengine wamekosa kabisa. Tabasamu njoo, nataka nibadili wangu mtazamo, niwaze kitajiri. Na wewe maumivu njoo, nataka nibadili wangu msimamo, niishi kijasiri. Ile habari ya kulialia kila siku nakata. Na kama nilisainiwa mkataba nafuta. Ndugu tuliowasaidia wakaficha makucha. Wao walipofanikiwa wakataka kutushusha. Elelele. Nafuta zile waibi, sijapata kwa nini. Najua ujasiri, nitapata na mimi. Nafuta zile waibi, sijapata kwa nini. Najua ujasiri, nitapata na mimi. Bora hata nimshukuru Mungu kwa hivi nilivyo. Maana hata kuna wengine hawajafika nilipo. Bora hata nimshukuru Mungu kwa hiki nilichopata. Maana hata kuna wengine wamekosa kabisa. Bora hata nimshukuru Mungu kwa hivi nilivyo. Maana hata kuna wengine hawajafika nilipo. Bora hata nimshukuru Mungu kwa hiki nilichopata. Maana hata kuna wengine wamekosa kabisa. Na nilipo huenda kuna wengine wanapata mani zamani huko.
Good morning. Welcome to our 42nd AGM of Finnlemm Non-Withdrawable Deposit Taking Sacco. Today being the 8th of March, 2025, the board members, invited guests, all the staff of Finnlemm Sacco, esteemed members of Finnlemm Sacco, good morning. Welcome to our 42nd Finnlemm Sacco AGM. Apologies for a little bit of delay. I would like us to start this AGM today and to welcome all of you. So I'll request that we be upstanding for the national anthem and thereafter the East African anthem. Thank you. Thank you. Kindly be upstanding for opening prayer from our dear director, Joy. You're welcome.
Good morning and happy International Women's Day. Let's believe and pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we come before this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts. We want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for the breath of life. We want to thank you even for this meeting that we had planned ahead and it has come to materialize. We want to thank you for the membership of Finnlemm Sacco, for those who are here and those who are yet to come and those who will not be able to come, those who will be joining us virtually. As we go ahead to start our meeting,
welcome.
Good morning. God is good and all the time, and that is his nature. I'm honored to stand before you as the chair of the Sacco. I think this could be the third time I'm standing before you, and I just want to thank each person in this room for having granted me the opportunity to steer this organization. Happy International Women's Day to the women. Happy International Women's Day. Did you get a flower? I know at least the first 50 women got a rose. Right. Good. Esteemed members of Finnlemm Sacco, Board of Directors, staff of Finnlemm Regulated Non-WDT Sacco Society, invited guests. We expect quite a number of invited guests who will be joining us shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the annual general meeting for the year 2024 being conducted today on the 8th of March 2025 of Finnlemm Regulated Non-WDT Sacco Society. Please feel welcomed, and we are happy that you made time to be here. And more importantly, that you arrived here on time. As you can see, we are still calling upon our members who are outside to please step into the room. Today, we don't want to waste time. That's why we are really pressed for time. We want to have that time where we'll have discussions and matters being raised so that we don't stretch you until very late. We have a very clear program for the day, and our hope is that we will go by that program. My name is Judith Olwach, and I'm the chairperson of Finnlemm Regulated Non-WDT Sacco Society. I now call upon the Honorary Secretary to report on the registration and confirmation of members' participation and to confirm the presence of a quorum or otherwise. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm happy to see you and happy International Women's Day. Our normal quorum is 200 people. I am meant to understand we are more than 300. So actually we've met the quorum. Thank you.
Having confirmed that we have a quorum present, I declare the meeting to be properly convened and duly constituted. The AGM held for the year 2024. I now call upon the Secretary to read the notice convening the meeting and agenda.
Thank you. This is annual general meeting notice. Notice is hereby given that the 42nd annual general meeting of Finnlemm Regulated Non-WT Sacco Society Limited will be held physically on Saturday, 8th March 2025 at 9 a.m. at St. Andrew's PCA Church, Nairobi. Chairperson, I confirm that the notice and the agenda of the meeting as outlined on page 4 of the annual report was shared with the members physically, email, and SMS. I move that we get a proposer and a seconder for adoption of the agenda. Chairperson.
Members, we request that we get a proposer and seconder for the adoption of the agenda that was shared. Where are the staff members? Right there. Make sure you say your name and membership number. No?
morning. My name is Edward Guaro, member number 1038.
Thank you, Edward. Edward proposes the agenda. I now want a lady to be the seconder. There's a lady here. We need two people with microphone, staff. We need somebody on this side, another one at the middle, and at the public side.
Good morning and Happy New Year, everyone. My name is Roslyn Chariga, 4091. I support.
Thank you.
4096.
Thank you, Roslyn. Roslyn seconds, 4096. I now call upon the Secretary to take us through the confirmation and matters arising from AGM minutes.
Members, I believe the agenda was circulated and the minutes are also circulated. However, I'll just go through the agenda. We have around 13 agendas including any other business. So the first agenda is reading of the notice and convening of the meeting, confirmation and adoption of the 41st AGM meeting held on 13th April 2024, matters arising from the previous meeting. Number 4 is board chairperson report. Number 5 is supervisory committee report. Number 6 is treasury's report. Number 7 is remarks from the chief guest. Number 8 is auditor's report. Number 9 is the budget. Number 10 is the appointment of the auditors. And number 11 is the resolution. Number 12 are the elections. And number 13 is any other business. Because as I say, the minutes have been circulated through SMS and electronically, we will not read line by line or sentence by sentence like a Bible, but we are going to go through page by page. When they say page 1, I'll pause, you go through and see whether there is any comment you want to make. So the minutes are starting from page 5. Those who have the notes, if you have the booklet, starting from page 5. So if you have any comment on page 5, you are free to raise up and point out, and I'm going to give you a minute. Go through and see if there's any comment you want to make. If there isn't, I'll go to page 2, that is page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, member number. Your name and member number. Thank you so much. Take notice of that. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. page 14.
Hello, some of us, we don't have any booklets. It is true.
Yeah.
We don't go, we have to get this. Huh?
Thank you for your concern. Due to cost limitations, and this has happened in the last 2-3 AGMs, we do not print hard copies. We only print a few. What we do is we send the documents on electronically, on SMS. We also put it in the website. If you check your phones, you'll find it. They were sent. That is what we are using. And that has been the practice because of the cost of printing the books. It's hefty. Sorry about that. James, come and... These things were sent. Me being a member, it had been sent. Okay. James, come and clarify when this was sent.
Thank you, Chairman, Chairperson, and good morning, everyone. We did send a link. There are SMSs we've sent in the course of last week and even this week. Even yesterday, we did a reminder to members, and we sent a link where you can be able to access all the documents.
Yes. It's a member. It's a member with a query.
Good morning, everyone. I would suggest to the Secretary that don't assume that when you send all these documents to people electronically, people had access and read the document. So please, why can't you go minute by minute, just read the summary as we go. Don't assume page 1, page 4. No, we are not in that hurry, please, to stamp off this document. Please read them.
No problem. Okay, let's start from page 5. The members present, those are the board members. Page 5 or page 1 of the minutes. Yep. Can you hear? Okay. You can't hear. Can you hear? Yeah? Okay. So we start with the page 5. That is the member. Number 1 is the members present. There were 8 members, and you can see them. I don't know whether I need to lead one by one.
On that meeting, please, just read. Kindly, that's why you are the secretary.
Yeah. So the first one was the members present. Number 2 was the minute number 1 was the AGM 2024, leading of the notice convening of the meeting. Minute number 2 of the AGM 2024 was confirmation of the 20th AGM minutes and matters arising. Minute number 4 was AGM 2024, the board chairperson report. Minute number 5. So minute number 5, AGM 2024, remarks from the chief guest. Minute number 6, AGM 2024, presentation of the audited financial statements 2023 and budget 2024-2025. Minute number 7, AGM 2024, was matters arising from the chairperson's report, supervisory committee report, treasurer's report, audited financial statements, revised budget for the year 2024, and budget for the year 2025. Yeah, and then we have the responses by the board. And minute number 8 was AGM 2024 was appointment of the year 2024 auditors. Minute number 9, AGM 2024 was amendments of Sacco bylaws. Minute number 10, AGM 2024 was AGM resolutions. Minute number 11, AGM 2024 was elections of Board of Directors and the Supervisory Committee members. And minute 12, AGM 2024 was any other business. Do you have any comments? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorary Secretary. Members, any comment, any matter for clarity? Please, staff, somebody is right at the middle. Where you are, Langat, next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Gaia, FA 1978. I'd request, we are not here for war. So let us just calm down. When you have something or maybe just an opinion, don't command. Read it. That's not good. We need to respect each and everyone here. Please. Okay, that's my comment.
Thank you. Thank you, that's very important. Good. Members, I'll now request for a proposer and seconder for the minutes for last year AGM. There's a lady here. Your name and membership number.
Good morning. My name is Doreen Naomi Nyakirario, member FA 5433. I'm proposing.
Thank you. Thank you, Doreen. A gentleman, kindly.
Good morning. I'm Charles Ochieng, member 3570. I'm seconding.
Thank you. Now, Honorary Secretary, because I'm here with the microphone, allow me to proceed. Honorable members, it is now time for me to read my report, but before I read the report, I want to introduce the Board of Directors. I'll also give an opportunity to the Supervisory to do an introduction, and then I'll invite the CEO to introduce the staff. So the staff, you should also prepare yourselves. So Frederick, you have the microphone. As I mentioned earlier, for those who could not have been in, my name is Judith Oluoch, and I'm the chairperson of Finnlemm Board of Directors. Thank you.
Good morning, members. My name is Frederick Okello Akongo. I'm the vice chair of the board, and karibuni sana.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Obed Ogega. I'm one of the directors of the board. Thank you.
Habari zenyu. Good morning. My name is Francis Kamau, also a board member. And I'm reminded, the treasurer.
Good morning. My name is Bernard Odhiambo Otieno. I am a member of the board. I serve in the credit committee. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is George Rugo, and I am also a member of the board. I also serve in the credit committee. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, members. My name is Joy Matheka. I am a board member serving the education committee. Karibu.
Good morning once again. My name is Caroline Karaoke. I am a board member and also the honorary secretary. Thank you.
Morning everyone. Habari zenyu. Mbona mmechangamkia tumekunywa chai? So Erastus Cheti is my name. I'm a board member and serving on the education committee. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Silas Kuya. I'm a member of the Supervisory Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maurice Abony, and I serve in the Supervisory Committee as the chairman. In the Supervisory, we are three of us. A colleague of us, Sharon Afandi, is on the way, coming. She had a serious jet lag, so she's just on the way. She just traveled outside the country, but she's on the way coming. So thank you.
Honorable members, that's the team that has been steering Finnlemm Sacco. Thank you, board members and supervisory committee. I now invite the CEO to introduce the staff.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. The employees are so much held out there registering members. I will request those who are here to move forward to introduce themselves. We have a staff establishment of 16 employees. Kizogane James, the Chief Executive Officer. I allow my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Good morning. Edwin Nyaga is my name. I'm the Internal Audit and the Risk Manager. Thank you.
Speak louder, they didn't hear you.
Edwin Nyaga, the Internal Audit and the Risk Manager.
Good morning, members. My name is Millicent Njau, Customer Service, and Karibuni sana.
Good morning, members. My name is Naomi Mwangi, Executive Assistant. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, everyone. Cecilia Obuya, Marketing Department, in charge of sales. And I only have one request today. Wale mmeka uko nyuma, si tusonge mbele because you're straining to hear us. If you can fill up the front seats, tafadhali, tashukuru.
Good morning, members. I'm Francis Langat, the credit manager.
Good morning, members. My name is Mary Nzomo, the finance and investment. And I wish all women happy International Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me introduce the other employees. There are some who are out there registering members, and there are some who are in the office running some processes. We have Paul Buire, the ICT manager. Valeria Zambio is the marketing and business development manager. We have Lucy Mwikali, who is the ICT officer. Benson Gugi, the finance officer. Jordan Molwaj, the finance assistant. Sharina Kivaga, the credit officer. Margaret Thungu, credit officer. We have Beatrice Mburu, admin assistant, and Faith Feather, the sales and marketing representatives. You are most welcome.
Thank you, team. So that is the team that on a day-to-day basis runs the Sacco. Honorable members, allow me to read the chairperson's report. So this is a report that I'm presenting on behalf of the board of directors. We are expecting guests, honorable members. They are yet to arrive from the ministry. They've just informed us that they are still in other events. As you all know, there are many AGMs taking place today. And you find that most of the chief guests from the county department, from the ministry, and all the other pertinent sectors are also attending these AGMs. So they've promised us that they should be here in the next 10 or 15 minutes, but we don't want to interfere with the program. So allow me to read the chairperson's report to the Finnlemm Sacco 42nd Annual General Meeting held today, the 8th of March, 2025. Our chief guest in absentia, who is the CC, the County Minister, Nairobi County, all the invited guests who will be accompanying him, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to welcome you all on behalf of the Board of Directors to the 42nd Annual General Meeting of Finnlemm Sacco. I thank the Almighty God for having been with us since the last AGM and pray for grace and blessings in the new year. I am grateful for your continuous support, which has seen remarkable progress over the years. It gives me great pleasure to present to you the overall governance, financial, and operational report for Finnlemm Sacco for the year ended 31st December 2024. Operating Environment 2024. Allow me to try and summarize this. We all know that the year 2024 was a challenging year, not just in Kenya, but globally. We witnessed some level of instability by the Gen Zs that had adverse effects on the business environment. The year began in January 2024 with inflation rate of 6.9%. Towards the end of the year, December 2024, it stabilized to 3.3%. The lowest inflation was witnessed in October 2024 at the rate of 2.7%. The year also witnessed increase in commercial banks' weighted average rates, going up to 17.22% in November 2024. This affected the cost of business because investors were demanding higher interest rates on their deposits, and also the cost of borrowing increased the business expenses. Loan demand in Kenya in 2024 was affected by high interest rates, exchange fluctuations, and economic conditions. We know what has been happening globally in the US, especially after the elections in the US, the Trump effect. So the US president right economic policy platform and flurry of executive orders are adversely affecting African economies, including Kenya. Many are losing jobs, and quite a number of programs in key sectors, health, water, agriculture, are getting affected, even in education. And this is affecting our membership, ladies and gentlemen, considering our targeted sector. The collapse of essential programs will take us backwards, erasing years of progress, deepening inequality, and exacerbating vulnerabilities. We still remain optimistic following some court rulings the last few days, and our hope is that the rogue president will reconsider his decisions. On Finnlemm 2024 performance, ladies and gentlemen, Finnlemm managed to wade through the turbulent business environment and registered improved performance in a number of areas, key among them improved liquidity, position, and improved prudential ratios. Allow me now to highlight the Sacco performance during the year 2024. I'll request members coming in to walk straight to the front because you don't want to move to the front. Feel free to come closer here. On income, the Sacco income grew by 8.5% despite all those challenges I've mentioned. From Kenya shillings 254,124,432 to Kenya shillings 275,708,069 shillings, with the major contributor to our revenue being interest on loans, which increased from Kenya shillings 241,159,069 shillings in 2023 to Kenya shillings 254,165,677 realized for the period ended December 2024, accounting for 92% of the total income. Asset base. Our asset base grew by 5.5% from Kenya shillings 2,150,463,349 in 2023 to Kenya shillings 2,269,621,597 in 2024. The biggest contributor to the increase was growth in cash and cash equivalent by 106% from Kenya shillings 65,129,090, that's 65 million, to 134,408,573. The major component of the Sacco's total assets is loan book, accounting for 77% of the asset base. And that's why we are very concerned about the Trump effect, because that is likely to affect our loan book. Members' deposits. The harsh economic times that prevailed during the year affected members' propensity to save, basically your ability to save, which slowed down savings, your accumulation of savings, because with no money you can't save. The aforementioned, notwithstanding, members' deposits still grew, and we really want to thank you for that, by 3.7%, closing at Kenya shillings 1,727,903,212, up from Kenya shillings 1,666,551,724 in the previous year. Let us continue embracing the saving cultures, honorable members. Because when you have a strong Sacco, it grounds us. Because this will avail low-cost pool of funds. We know how the banks are lending. We'll have money to lend out, from which we can continue to lend to members at affordable interest rate. Loan to members. We are grateful to our members for their continuous uptake of the Sacco products. The Sacco loan book grew to Kenya shillings 1,737,130,785 in the year 2024, up from Kenya shillings 1,683,799,893 in the year 2023. In view of the regulations that require that the portfolio at risk, that is PAR. So portfolio at risk basically refers to your ability to pay your loans. It's all around that. How are the loan repayments ongoing? It's not supposed to exceed 5% of the total loan. That is the requirement of the regulator, which is SASRA, the government regulator. The Sacco engaged various loan recovery strategies, and this saw our PAR decline from 6.3% in 2023 to 5.93% in 2024. And I really want to thank you, members. I know we embarked on a number of strategies to try and recover loan from members, including the guarantors, but it is what even enables us to pay dividend, because when the PAR is high, then SASRA does not allow you to pay interest. When the PAR is high, then the Sacco Society regulatory body, which is SASRA, does not allow you to pay rebates, that is your interest on deposits, or dividends at a certain rate. So because we were able to make this progress, we made a proposal to them. We had even wanted to pay a higher dividend and a higher interest on your deposits, but they were only able to reduce it slightly because of this PAR. In line with the prudential guidelines by the regulator, the Sacco was required to make loan loss provision. Kenya shillings 123,330,125 as at 31st December 2024. And you can see it is still a problem for members who are not paying loans, or for members who exit the Sacco and disappear, or subject their guarantors to that stressful moments. Because when that happens, SASRA insists that we as a Sacco provide for those loans, and that eats into your return on investments. So the Sacco has, however, managed to only make cumulative loan losses provision of 66,597,335, leaving us with a deficit of Kenya shillings 56,732,790. So members, you can see that constantly we engage the regulator to be considerate to us. Because of those who are affected by many factors, there are those who lose their jobs, but there are those who adamantly just refuse to pay loans. They affect every other member. So when SASRA does the calculations, they expected us to provide for 123 million. We cannot do that because when we do it, you'll not get your dividends. So we negotiated and we were only able to provide for 66 million based on people who don't pay their loans, who disappear, and all those other factors. Some lose their jobs and they're in a very difficult situation. In the year under review, loan loss provision of Kenya shillings 10.5 million was recognized. Loan loss provision arise from loan defaults and have adverse impact on the society's surplus. And that's why we are very worried about the Trump effect. Members are encouraged to timely settle their loan obligations in order to avail funds for onward lending to other members and reduce loan loss provisioning by the Sacco. We really urge you, members. I know some of us are likely to be affected or are already affected. Please approach the Sacco so that we have a conversation on how to handle it, extend your period. By the grace of God, you'll land in other places of work, or things are likely to normalize. Looking at the court rulings in the US in the last few days. Compliance with SASRA regulations. I now want to speak on this. SASRA is our regulator, the government regulator. The Sacco is continuously making progress towards compliance with prudential ratios. There are many ratios, and when finances will be presented, my colleague Kamau will present that. Provided for in the Sacco Societies Regulations 2020, which we must comply with. Otherwise, they can even deny you the practicing license. I thank our esteemed members for passing the resolution to capitalize dividends during the last AGM. And you remember it was not an easy decision for you members, but it helped cushion the Sacco. The resolution greatly contributed to improved core capital to total assets ratio from 8.5% in 2023 to 10.5% in 2024. So that one time of capitalization helped a lot. It is worth noting that the Sacco is compliant with most of the ratios except the par ratio, which will stand at 5.9% against regulator maximum of 5%. I think I've discussed a lot. I've mentioned this and explained it. Liquidity ratio, we are at 7.78%, and we are expected to reach 10%. And all our efforts are targeted at that as well. And non-earning assets, which stands at 15.2% against regulatory maximum 10%. When the treasurer will be reading his report, he'll be able to explain this further. The SASRA letter that accompanied the approved financial statement, the regulator has pointed out that the Sacco should ensure full compliance with prudential guidelines. And you see, that is the law. The board of directors has in place a capital restoration and default management plan, which we constantly discuss with the regulator, that is guiding the path towards full compliance. With the continuous support of you members, we remain confident of attaining full compliance. Allow me now to speak on human capital, that is our staff. The Sacco had staff establishment of 16 employees. They've just been introduced here as at the end of the year 2024. During the year, 2 employees separated from the Sacco to pursue other career opportunities. The board undertook a job evaluation exercise whose recommendations are guiding the board in making decisions that are positioning Finnlemm as a competitive employer, in attracting and retaining talented and motivated human skills. And members, I want to report that that job evaluation exercise was very important because through it, the staff is now quite motivated. We were able to compare with all our peer Saccos using an independent firm that did that exercise. So I believe with this, our staff will even work harder. On corporate governance, Finnlemm Sacco embraces good corporate governance practices. The board ensures continuous capacity building of directors and staff through trainings and team building sessions. And as a Sacco, to save on cost, we focus on group trainings a lot, other than for staff, the professional ones. The board continuously reviews and formulates policies to cover all aspects of the business in order to ensure safety of members' deposits and ensuring stakeholders' expectations are met. The board is able to effectively discharge its duties through the various board committees. We have 3 board committees. We have Education Committee, we have Credit Committee, and also Finance and Administration Committee. They all introduced themselves here. Board electoral process. Dear members, we continue to strengthen our electoral framework, guided by rules, policy, and procedures. The vetting, and sometimes we call it nominations committee in governance, is drawn from representative institutions. And this is a move that us as Finnlemm adapted for the last 5 years. We always bring independent people to vet all the applicants who want to sit in the board. And you must have seen the advert when it was sent out for all those who are interested to be board members. So in that vetting committee, the institutions are State Department of Cooperatives, who chairs that committee. We have a representative. Law Society of Kenya, we do have a lawyer. Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, Transparency International, and Finnlemm Sacco CEO, who serves as the secretary to that committee. So this time round, they vetted 8 applicants to fill the 3 vacancies in the board of directors and 1 vacancy in the supervisory committee. The committee cleared 5 applicants to contest for the position of member of the board of directors. We had more applicants. There were 9? There were 8 applicants, people who applied. We have a very rigorous process because you must also clear with quite a number of government bodies. So we got 8 applicants, but 5 were cleared for the board. Supervisory, we had how many? There were 2. I don't know why you don't want to apply to be board members. Because supervisory, we only had 2. And 1 applicant is contesting today for the position of member of the Supervisory Committee. Our Honorable Secretary, who has been before you here, Madam Caroline Njeri Karaoke, has opted to retire voluntarily from the board, despite being eligible to offer herself for re-election. She has made great contributions to the Sacco, being a finance expert, for the period she served in the various capacities, and we sincerely appreciate her for that. We extend our gratitude and wish Caroline well in her future endeavors. Maybe, Caroline, you need to wave at the members. So that is Caroline. Please appreciate Caroline. Thank you. As elections take place today to elect 3 board members and 1 supervisory committee member, I take this early opportunity to wish well all the contestants who will be presented before you here, and I congratulate the winners in advance. May the best candidate win. Allow me to speak on technology. We appreciate that technology is a key business driver and continue to invest in technological solutions that address members' expectations. In addressing the technological challenges that members have faced in the past while accessing the Sacco's mobile loan products, the Sacco has procured a dedicated mobile banking platform. The brand name of the platform is Cash. And you remember, members, we communicated to you in identifying this name, so you participated. We have to cushion ourselves because we know hackers are all out there. So this is something that we have closely been monitoring. And you know well that we even recruited an ICT manager who has been very supportive to us. This platform that we are launching today, that's why we have that there, has the following benefits. The USSD code, which you can already see in that banner, is owned by Finnlemm Sacco and not shared with other entities, as is the case with existing platform. Secondly, minimal system downtime. Downtime is expected, close to 99.9% uptime. Number 3, functionality for internal funds transfer from one account to the other is possible. Number 4, members have access to full statement through the USSD code and mobile apps. You'll also have the ability to make payments for household bills through USSD and mobile apps. There will be enhanced security features, including fingerprints and one-time password, which is always referred to as the OTP. Hata makofi hakuna jamani. So that is what we are launching here today. On land matters. And members, you remember this used to be a very thorny issue, but we are making significant progress. Nakuru land. The process of transferring the Nakuru land to Finnlemm Sacco for onward subdivision and transmission to members was for long frustrated by the administrator, who had refused to execute the relevant transfer documents. We all know this has been running for close to 10 years, before some of us even joined the board. But now we are seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Towards the end of the year 2024, the administrator finally, using the Kenya courts, we used the courts, executed the transfer documents, and the land has now been transferred to the vendors. The conveyancing process to transfer the land from the vendors to Finnlemm Sacco is underway, and there is communication with quite a number of you. Once completed and the land subdivided, members will get their parcels of land. It is expected that this process will be completed in the course of this year, 2025. Thank you very much, members, for your patience. It has been a tough one, but your patience will yield fruit, because the cost of land there has almost tripled. So it was worth it. Kileleshwa land. As was reported to members during the last AGM, Kileleshwa area is experiencing rapid construction of skyscrapers. And you all know that our office is in our compound, owned by Finnlemm in Kileleshwa. The adjacent neighbor to Finnlemm Sacco is developing 2 19 floors residential blocks. Considering we are a financial institution, the development will affect habitation and security of our business. I'm telling you this so that you reflect on that. In view of these emerging development trends in Kileleshwa, and to unlock the funds held up in the land in Kileleshwa, which is your land, the board will at an appropriate moment make proposals for deliberation by members on the matter. And if necessary, we'll even convene a special AGM so that decisions on this can be taken. But we are still doing a lot of research involving valuers and various proposals before we do that. It's only you who can advise us on what to do with the land. Let me also say something on FDC, that is the Finnlemm Development Company, which is the subsidiary organization. Various efforts have been put in place to dispose the RIAT land. These include engagement with other SACCOs. As you know, this has been an issue. So we are now targeting institutions and property developers, which are yet to successfully yield the expected sales. Members, you recall this has also been a pending matter for more than 10 years. The land that was bought in RIAT. So it's a matter we found on the table, and as a board, we are doing our best to handle it. The Sacco is determined and making all efforts to dispose the RIAT land in the near future, and at some point, I know there'll be more information shared today on this. And we seek members' support and collaboration. We want you to buy land there. Buy land in Kisumu City. We seek for your support and collaboration. The Sacco board now wants to engage the regulator immediately after the AGM to chart a feasible way forward once and for all in this matter. And we'll update you and communicate to you, because we've really made several efforts. Now let me speak on Cusco. Who is not aware of what is happening in Cusco here? Is there anyone who is not aware? So it affects all of us. Yes, so allow me to say something. As we may all be aware, this is the year when it came to the limelight that there were insolvency issues surrounding the umbrella body of Saccos, commonly referred to as Cusco, putting to question the going concern of the entity. Cusco was formed as the apex organization for all savings and credit cooperatives in Kenya, championing the formation and growth of robust Saccos with a primary mandate to advocate for and represent Saccos. That was why it was formed. And that is why Saccos trusted it. We all trusted it. Cusco developed a suite of tailored products and services which were designed to benefit all Saccos and their membership across Kenya, fostering a stronger, more resilient cooperative ecosystem. But somebody let us down. Finnlemm has been a member of Cusco for many years and patronized their products over time. Cusco Limited has been declared insolvent following revelation by a forensic audit that was conducted, whose findings show that the assets available are inadequate to extinguish or write off all or pay all outstanding obligations. In view of these revelations in the aforementioned forensic audit and directives by both the Commissioner for Cooperatives and the regulator, SASRA, and that's why we are really waiting for the ministry people and SASRA to come, the board has assessed the recoverability of Sacco's investment and impaired the funds held in Cusco Central Finance Program of Kenya shillings 392,000 and shares amounting to 3,579,170, all amounting to Kenya shillings 3,972,125. Dear members, this is what we had in Cusco. 3.9 million. We are among the Saccos that had the lowest amount. So we were very careful. We were only sending our money there sparingly. We know that people have lost billions. So for Finnlemm Sacco, this is what they are insisting that we provide for. Dividend and interest rebates. I know this is what you've been waiting for. Dear members, the Sacco maintained stable performance during the year under review amidst the harsh economic times and stringent regulatory requirements. The Board of Directors recommends to pay a dividend of 13%, amounting to 19,597,9 921 on straight line basis, up from 15 15,546,084 paid in 2023. Hata makofi jameni. Don't you realize we did not even reduce it? Because we must provide for Cusco and all the challenges we had. At least we said we must pay the 13% when we engaged SASRA, and they allowed us. In addition, Kenya shillings 113 million, 23,429 is today proposed to be paid as interest on members' deposits, as compared to 116,632,394 that was paid in 2023. And you can see this is where the Cusco affects us, that difference, which translates to 7% on weighted average compared to 7.5% last year. So this time round, on rebates, we are paying 7% due to the circumstances surrounding us. The impairment of financial investment in Cusco and FDC provision of probable losses contributed to the reduction in interest rebates. I want to also report, and I know this will be shared more by the treasurer, that the reason why we have to sit with SASRA immediately after AGM as a board is because now they are insisting that we'll have to provide for FDC, the land in Riyadh. We really pleaded with them, and we are only able to provide a minimal amount. So whatever way, whether we'll be auctioning the land, we really want you to come forward. We recover what we can recover as FDC. So that was a requirement from SASRA, the regulator, on Cusco and FDC provision. Let me speak on some of the accolades that we had during the Ushirika Day Awards. I see our guest of honor has arrived, Madam Minister from the county government. Karibu sana, Madam. Ushirika Day is an annual event uniting over 10,000 Saccos spread across the country. On this prestigious day, Saccos celebrate collaboration, innovation, and excellence within the Sacco industry. Our Sacco proudly secured honors in several categories, showcasing our dedication to excellence and continuous improvement. The accolades received in the category of non-deposit taking Saccos, community business, people-based Saccos are as follows. So these are the awards that Finnlemm Sacco received during the Ushirika Day Awards 2024. We were best in risk management. We were best in deposits management. We were considered the most efficient, all these under non-deposit taking Saccos, the best managed, and the best in technology optimization. The trophies and awards that our Sacco earned is a statement of our dedication, innovation, and continued commitment to serving members with new experiences each day. Let me extend my gratitude, honorable members, for your support in this. I also want to appreciate the board, the supervisory, and the entire staff profile for making this possible. Future outlook. because we are going into the future. Despite all this, there are challenges ahead here. The persistence of tight fiscal and monetary policy and a fragile global context presents downsides. There are problems ahead here, especially globally. As I mentioned earlier, global economic environment. Kenya's medium-term prospects are positive. We are hoping for the best. And we are hoping that all this will lead to improved competitiveness, inclusivity, and enhancing governance and anti-corruption framework to support a vibrant and marketing-driven economy. Our hope is that even the political environment will be considerate enough more decisively in 2025-2026. Esteemed members, our regulator, SASRA, requires us to comply with all prudential standards as stipulated in the regulations. Full compliance requires cooperation from all of us. I call upon all members to ensure prompt payment of their loan obligations in order to support the journey of achieving per loan delinquency below 5%. I think I've really spoken on this. I also encourage members to take advantage of our flexi deposits to boost our liquidity and avail funds at lower cost for onward lending to members to avoid the Sacco borrowing high-cost funds from commercial banks. In conclusion, as a Sacco, we remain focused on our vision of being a leader in provision of financial services. Despite the prevailing tough economic times in the business environment, we are facing the future with confidence and look forward to better performance. My deep appreciation to all of you for your continued confidence in our Sacco. I take this opportunity to extend my special thanks to the management and staff, as well as members of the board and supervisory committee for their commitment to the Sacco, the success of the Sacco. I am truly grateful to our esteemed members, SASRA, the State Department of Cooperatives, all the government bodies that have supported us, service providers, and partners for your continued support and guidance. Long live Finnlemm Sacco. Thank you very much for listening, and God bless you all. Thank you. Let me now invite okay, thank you. Yeah, so before we invite the treasurer, I invite the vice chair to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for the chair kindly. Asanteni sana. Invited guest, the CC for Nairobi County, State Department of Cooperatives, welcome. And our auditors, karibuni sana. So just before the treasurer comes in for the report, I would like to let you know about the washrooms on at the door. You move on the left-hand side, and then if you move towards where some of us entered through, there are washrooms also here. So there are, and also there are others down here. Secondly, for purposes of data protection, we have members who did not consent. If it happened that you did not consent, your photo not to be taken, kindly we request you to come up and sit here, just for purposes of data protection. And I presume all of us who are here are consented, and so the photos will be used for purposes of Finnlemm and any other channel that Finnlemm uses for communicating to the public. Thank you. And now I take this opportunity to welcome our treasurer to go through his report. Sorry, Chair.
Sorry. If you look at the program, actually the next report is the supervisory report. So allow me to invite Chairman for the Supervisory Committee to read his report. Karibu sana, Maurice.
Okay, sorry. Before the Supervisory Committee Chair reads the report, we would like to follow protocol. Because the Chair have read her report, we would like to adopt it for discussion later during the panel discussion. So I would just request plenary, I would request for a proposer and a seconder so that we can adopt it for discussion later. Proposer, this.
Okay.
Your name, FA number.
Good morning, everyone. Don't know if this is working, but I can project my voice. My name is Mwende Mutambuki. Member number F. Oops. Hey, hello, testing. No, it's not working. Yes, it is. Mwende Mutambuki, FA 0768. Proposing.
Thank you, Madam Mwende. Seconder for the Chair's report. Okay.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
Enos Luvaha, FA 009.
Thank you.
Seconding.
Thank you, Enos. So thank you. The discussions will come later during the plenary. And we also welcome the members who are following on YouTube. So some of us here are on YouTube already, but we also have members on the diaspora. We welcome you to follow us through the YouTube channel that was shared. Thank you. Karibu, Chair, Supervisory.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maurice Oduor Abony, member number FA 3955. I'm the chair to the Supervisory Committee. And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow me to stand on the already established protocols. And allow me to give one rider before I continue with my report. It is said that he who is married to a beautiful lady is the same as somebody who has planted grapes on a road you serve by the roadside. And he who takes care of a blind person's groundnuts must keep on whistling to assure the owners of the groundnuts that is not chewing the groundnuts. Reflect on that. As the Supervisory Committee, we are just to ensure that there is whistling taking place so that what you are investing or what you've invested in Finnlemm is well taken care of. So definitely that is to say that we are not fortune tellers and we are not here to tell you good things, but to tell you what is happening in your investment and whether it is well taken care of or not. Thank you very much for that. This report was prepared by three of us, myself, Silas Kuya, and Madam Sharon Afande, whom I told you will be joining us late. Sharon, can you just wave for the members? Thank you. Thank you for that. So the supervisory committee is an oversight committee whose role complements that of the board of directors in strengthening the internal controls of the society. And on behalf of the Finnlemm members, on your own behalf, the supervisory committee's main role is to verify that the principles of good governance, transparency, and accountability are adhered to by the management board at all times. Supervisory committee's key duties enshrined in the bylaws include reviewing the affairs of the society at least once a month and presenting a written monthly report to the management committee, with quarterly submissions to both the management, the commissioner, and the Sacco Society Regulatory Authority, SASRA. In line with the foregoing mandate and on behalf of the supervisory committee team, SC hereby represents the 2024 annual report to honorable members who are the clients and investors in Finnlemm Sacco. Our findings and recommendations to members are not to weaken the Sacco but strengthen and propel the Sacco to prosperity as well as safeguarding members' interest. Finnlemm Sacco Society Principal Activity. The Society's principal activity is that of receiving shares and deposits and giving out loans to its members. The board is responsible for safeguarding the assets of the Society and ensuring that the business of the Society has been conducted in accordance with its objectives, bylaws, and any other resolutions made at the Society's general meeting. During the reporting period, performance, that is financial and strategic plan, we observed an improvement in the Sacco's financial growth compared to the last year. Although the Sacco did not achieve most of its strategic goals as outlined in the last strategic plan, this calls for the better implementation plan and follow-up to ensure the strategic plan 2023-2026, the one we are operating under, targets are met. The loan repayments, what we observed as the supervisory committee, we noted that some loans were being underpaid by you members. In some cases, the repayment amounts will take years beyond the Sacco's stipulated loan repayment periods. In other cases, the loan balances are higher than they should due to low repayments. What are the implications for that? The loan may appear performing despite being underpaid if the non-performance is determined by the date of the last repayment as opposed to the principal due owing. The scenario of extreme low loan repayment may be indicative of lack of adherence to the Sacco loan repayment guidelines. Performance is determined by the date of last repayment rather than the calculated loan monthly repayment installments. What are our recommendations, therefore, as the supervisory committee? We recommend the performance of loan should be determined by the repayments of actual computed installments amount rather than last payment amount, which is not equal to required installments. In simple terms, let me just elaborate on that. You agreed with the Sacco as a member, you took a loan which you are supposed to be paying on 30th of the month, and then you start varying it. Sometimes you pay it on 8th of the following month, sometimes you pay it on 15th of the following month. That is what we are trying to talk about here, and that has an implication on our portfolio at risk, which the chair of the board talked about. And that leads to provisioning, and when we provide, it means it eats up into our bottom line. the interest and the rebates. So as much as possible, the loans, these are your friends who trusted you and accepted to guarantee loan to you, so you should never disappoint them. Being ground, and the Sacco has delivered improved performance during the year 2024, 3 years, with 2021 as the base year. The Board of Directors recommended to pay dividend of 13%, which the Chair talked about as much, on a straight line basis, up from 12% paid in 2021. In 2022 and 2023, the dividend rate was 13%, same as what is being given for this year. In addition, 7% is proposed to be paid as interest on members' deposit, from 7%, which was paid in 2022, and 6.2%, which was paid in 2021. That was indeed a very low year for us. We project that the Sacco will pay out higher dividends and interest rebates in the coming years, going by the trend analysis, and we appeal to members to honor their commitments and regularly pay their loan obligations, and those without loans to be prompt in making their monthly deposits for the growth and survival of Finnlemm Sacco. At this point in time, I'll talk about related party transactions and what we observed as the Supervisory Committee, whom you elected, and who is your eyes in this Sacco. It was noted that the total subscribed shares in the Finnlemm Development Company Limited, FDCL, were 501, of which had subscribed 500 shares, while the chairman had 1 share. Therefore, and technically speaking, all FDCL operations are fully liable to the Sacco, Finnlemm Sacco. The Sacco took a loan. This is historical perspective because we have some new members in the House. Finnlemm Sacco took a loan from the Cooperative Bank in 2025. I was not yet in the board then. 2015, sorry. I was not yet in the board. And advanced to the FDCL, that loan. The appraisal fee and the interest were charged to FDCL. The principal amount was 145,446,060 shillings. Appraisal fee was 650,000 shillings. And the interest was calculated at 53,340,256 million. Amounting to 200,436,316, which was recoverable from FDCL. FDCL has tried and repaid the Sacco the appraisal fee, interest and part of the loan principal, with the balance standing at 145,076,715. The audit review shows that the loan repayment and realization subject and or is only possible upon sale of the subject land for the loan advanced. Note that the FDC prior year audit demonstrated the same position, that the Sacco can only get its funds when the project which was bought is fully sold. According to the FDCL financial reports, the value of the assets as of 2013 were Kenya shillings 96,527,310. And as the end of last year, 2024, the assets stood at Kenya shillings 79,493,483. With the movement variance of Kenya shillings 17,033,827 between 2 years of 2023-2024. Similarly, The value of land held for sale as of end of 2023 was Kenya shillings 79.9 million, and as of end of last year, 2024, it was Kenya shillings 66.2 million, with a variance of Kenya shillings 17.3 million. What did we observe? The owner's equity within the Finnlemm Development Company, both as of end of 2023 and 2024, were negatives, meaning that the Sacco is owed by FDCL, meaning that what the Sacco is owed by FDCL is higher than the value of the assets held by FDCL, such that even if FDCL sells off all its assets, the Sacco will not receive what is owed to it by FDCL. Members are advised to read through the FDCL financial statements for the year 2023, 2024, and juxtapose the two. The liabilities at the FDCL are far much more than the assets it has. I'm just trying to summarize hiyo kizungu mingi nimeongea. The liabilities of FDCL are far much more than the assets it has. The entity has an accumulated losses amounting to Kenya shillings 36 million. What are our recommendations, therefore, as the Supervisory Committee members? Based on the foregoing statements regarding Finnlemm Development Company Limited, of the entity having more liabilities than assets and negative equity, the entity is technically insolvent. Even if everything, the assets they have, is sold today, the Sacco will not be able to get what it claims to be owed by the entity. The board, therefore, should work extra hard to ensure the dissolution of the FDCL as fast as is appropriate and come up with strategies of ensuring that the Sacco redeems whatever it can from the entity. That is one sure way which will see us getting better returns on our investment. This is the sure way, of course, of cutting also the Sacco further losses from transacting with FDCL. So, ladies and gentlemen, we should not be talking nicely to each other. Let's just talk the truth and see what we can do with the truth. Speak the truth and it shall set you free. We are adults, we should not talk like tunatongozana hapo na pale. Au sio? Good. Imminent contingent liabilities. There were some observations which we also made there. This is not related to FDCL. This is overall observation. The external audit noted several areas that may lead to contingent liabilities, and this is ranging from the investment with the FDC, the land sold to members, and up to the end of 2024, the land has never been transferred to the Sacco or members, among other areas. I'm happy that the board mentioned that Nakuru land, soon the vendor is actually transferring it to the Sacco, and therefore the Sacco soon will be in a position to do the beaconing, and the members who are lucky to procure a unit there will be able to have their parcel. So we are very happy that is happening. The other areas we need to beef up and see how we cut our losses further. So these areas raises several points of liabilities to the Sacco which have not been really provided for. And what are the implications? Contingent liabilities mean the Sacco stroke its members may suffer more or further losses, and this may diminish members' cash flow and earnings. That boils down to returns on your investments, both on your rebates and monthly deposits and your shareholding in the entity. What did we recommend here? Sacco to make informed provisions and plans as well as strategize to mitigate this situation. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, we would wish to thank our members for patronizing our products, the board, the management, and the staff for cooperation extended to us during the course of the year. And likewise, we would wish to thank the representatives from the Commissioner of Cooperative Development, the regulator, that is SASRA, for the constant guidance in the preferred practices within the industry. We would also like to state that despite the prevailing challenging micro and macroeconomic environment, the Sacco will be facing the future with confidence, and we are optimistic that it will be great again in the years to come with even better performance given the unwavering support of our members and supporters. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That marks the end of my presentation. So once again, Silas Kuya, my colleague in the supervisory, is going to read for us a letter from the regulator, Sacco Society Regulatory Authority, SASRA. So accord him some time to walk you through that document. Welcome, Silas.
Greeting members. Thank you, Maurice, for this opportunity. I'd just like to read to the members the letter from SASRA, which is regulating the Sacco activities. We submitted our financial statements to SASRA, and we had to comply to some issues for them to give us an approval. So I'll just quickly take you through the SASRA approval letter. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 41 of Sacco Societies Act 2008 of the Sacco Societies, the authority has considered the Sacco's audited financial statements for the year ending 31st December 2024 for approval. The Board of Directors of the Sacco was responsible for the preparation of the audited financial statements of the Sacco in accordance with Section 40 of the said Act and takes responsibility for the same, while the external auditor was responsible for auditing the said financial statements of the Sacco in accordance with Section 44 of the said Act as read with Regulation 57 of the aforesaid regulations, and reports thereon and takes responsibility for the same. The external auditor was responsible for auditing the said financial statements of the Sacco in accordance with Section 44 of the Act as read with Regulation 57 of the aforesaid regulations, and to give reasonable assurance to whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue auditor's report thereon. However, the authority makes the following observations on the said audited financial statements on the basis of the authority's statutory mandate of on-site and off-site supervision of the Sacco. Number one, the audited financial statements fairly comply with Regulation 56, Para 2 of the said regulations, subject to the external auditor's opinion in respect of the level of disclosures required. Number two, the authority notes the Sacco's non-performing loans, NPL, ratio stood at 6% in the year 2024. The Sacco board and management are advised to put in place robust loan recovery strategies required to reduce the NPL of not more than 5%. So the SASRA requires that we maintain an NPL of 5% or less. Number three, the Sacco reported inadequate allowances for loan loss of Kenya shillings 66 million against the required amount of 123.3 million reported in the risk classification of assets and provisioning return. Further, the Sacco has overstated the statement of comprehensive income by 56.7 million, contrary to the accounting reporting standards. The board is advised to come up with strategies that will ensure provision of loan loss as guided by regulation and IFRS 9 to reduce the risk of exposure in the loan book. Number 4, the Sacco Society non-earning asset ratio stood at 15.2%, above the standard of 10%. This has been majorly contributed by an outstanding loan balance by Finnlemm Development Company, which Maurice has talked about. The Sacco Society non-earning asset ratio stood at 15.2%, above the minimum standard of 10%. This has majorly contributed by an outstanding loan balance of Finnlemm Development Company, a subsidiary to the Sacco, with an outstanding balance of Kenya shilling 140 million. The balance of FDC remain uncertain, and hence recoverability of the same remains doubtful. Though the Sacco board and management has made a paltry provision of 5 million in their audited financial statements for the year 2024, it has not complied with the International Financial Reporting Standard number 9, IFRS 9. The Sacco board and management are advised to ensure recoverability of the outstanding balance and comply with accounting standard. The authority takes cognizance of the issues of the management letter, especially in regard to reconciliations, compliance with KRA, and loan repayments. These are pertinent concerns which require the Sacco's urgent action to mitigate the risks thereof. The Sacco Board of Directors is advised to ensure that members are adequately appraised of the Sacco Society's financial performance and authorities' observations and or recommendations on the audited financial statements made herein in approving the audited financial statements in accordance with Regulation 56, Para 4B. Full compliance of the guidance notes on corporate governance for regulated Sacco societies in Kenya, issued by the authority in June 2023. The Sacco Board of Directors shall ensure that annual general meeting of the Sacco Society is held on or before 30th April 2025, and timely submission of the minutes and the name of the appointed external auditors for the ensuing year to the authority within 30 days after the end of the annual general meeting. Subject to the foregoing observations and the auditor's opinion and the said audited financial statements, the authority hereby approves the same for publication and presentation to the Sacco's annual general meeting. Thank you very much. That is the SASRA's approval letter to our financial statements.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to the supervisory team and the SASRA approval letter. Yeah, thank you again. Just to notify you that the registration closed at 10:30. Those who are ready before 10:30 will be receiving their lunch hopefully before the end of our meeting today, and probably dividends before the end of our meeting today. And those who will have registered after, you will get your lunch and your dividends by Monday. So that is how efficient we will be. Before the end of the day, you will get your dividends and your lunch all together. Hakuna hata makofi. Asante. Yeah, at least I can see smiley faces now after hearing the dividends that you will receive before the end of the day. Thank you, if you will approve. Yeah. So I would like to welcome our treasurer to, sorry? Oh, sorry, before the treasurer, the adoption of the report, the SC. Please, let's get the proposer and a seconder.
My name is Daniel Achola, member number 4244. I propose.
Thank you, Daniel. Seconder.
Good afternoon. Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Eunice Mayo, member number 6426. I second.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kindly note your questions from the chair's report, the SC report. Now we are going to the treasurer's report. Please note the questions, because after the launch we'll be having the plenary for discussions and any question and answer session. Thank you and welcome, Treasurer.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I think all protocol observed. My name is Francis Kamau, member number FA 1301, and serving as a treasurer. Allow me to congratulate the ladies on their International Women's Day. Ladies, congratulations. The treasurer's report, which is on page 23, and being read after the chairperson's report, which has alluded significant numbers, together with the supervisory committee report, again, which has alluded to quite a number of numbers, and therefore they have made my work easier. My report is only 2 pages, and therefore I believe you will follow. Treasurer's report on the 42nd Annual General Meeting of Finnlemm Non-Deposit Taking Sacco, meeting held on 8th of March 2025. Dear members, we are assembled here today to take stock of our performance, reflect on our business trajectory, and deliberate on how to move the Sacco to the next level. The Sacco continued with its core business of providing financial solutions to its members and stakeholders. We continue to deliver better financial results in the year, demonstrating our commitment to the fulfillment of our vision and mission. Allow me to outline the key performance highlights posted during the year under review. Our operating income and expenses. The Sacco realized an increase of 8% in gross income to 275 million, up from 254 million reported in the year 2023. The total operating expenses for the year amounted to Kenya shillings 95 million compared to 81 million in the previous year. The table below, which you can see on the screen, gives a summary of the various expense vote heads for the last 2 years, 2024 and 2023. There are only 5 items category. The first one is administrative expenses. In the year that we are reporting, it's 23.7 from 19.2. Financial expenses is 21 million from 14 million. There are reasons for this, and most of it has been given by the members who are there before me. And maybe just for the sake of clarity, just in case you are not there, the admin costs from 19 million to 23 million mainly is because, just as a reminder, because of the provision of about 3.9 million to SASRA and 5 million to FDC, which you have had. It's only a provision, not a write-off, it's a provision. And also a proposed loan write-off of 2.3 million for the members who have passed on, and they had loans which were not fully paid because they have passed on. it doesn't make sense to charge the guarantors. So we make that proposal. And also, finally, 1.8 million towards aggressive marketing. On the financial expenses, from 14.4 million to 21 million, the reason is a provision, being what we have just said about Cusco, about FDC, and also about the impairment, some of those impairments that we have just provided for. On personnel expenses, 35 million the previous year to 36.4. It's a very paltry increase, but 5% on COLA, cost of living adjustment to staff. Governance expenses, 8.8 current year, 2024, and the previous year was 8.4. Members expenses, 5.5. This current year we are reporting, 2024, from 4.5. And then the total expenditure is as shown there. Allow me to mention our assets and liabilities. The total asset grew by 119 million, a 6% increase to 2.26 billion. Members' deposits grew to 1.72 billion from 1.66 billion in the previous year, 2023. During the year, the net loan book grew by 3.17% from 1.68 billion to 1.73 billion. I believe you can follow on the screens. Equity. The society's share capital rose to 150 million from 119 million the previous year, a growth of 26%. The total equity grew by 20% to 371 million, up from 308 million previous year. We know the equity grew because of the capitalization of dividends, which you did approve last year, the previous year, but this year we desire that we make the payment out. In order for the Sacco to comply with the core capital to total assets ratio and prescribed by the regulator, members resolved during the 2023 AGM to increase their share capital to at least 40,000 by the year 2025. We appeal to all members who haven't met this threshold to work toward the same by the end of the year. Then we have a 3-year performance review. Allow me not to go through it because I have mentioned it already, but you can see the loan book. For example, the loan book currently is standing at 1.7 billion. Previous year was 1.6 billion, and in 2022 is 1.5 billion. You can go through the others. I don't have to read them. Is that okay? You can see them on the screen. Yes, and you can follow, because they are numbers, and numbers don't lie. Then regulatory compliance. During the year under review, with the exemption of the liquidity ratio and the portfolio at risk, the PAR, the Sacco complied with all the other prudential standards set by the regulator as indicated in the table below. These are the number of ratios that you're supposed to comply with. And if you go through them, coming from 2023, 2024, like the first one, core capital, total assets ratio, the previous year, 2023, we were at 8%, now we are at 11%. The core capital, total deposits, we are at 14%, up from 11%. Liquidity is the one that we had a challenge. The previous year, we are at 4%, now we are at 8%. The requirement is 10%, so we are only two notes to comply. The minimum retained earnings, we were at 55 previously, now we are at 54, which is okay. The allowed is 50%. Portfolio at risk, we were at 6.3, now we are at 5.97, almost 6, but we have one bar to get the PAR. And then the total operating expenses, we were at 32%, we are now 34%, whilst we should not exceed 40%. Those ratios indicate or demonstrate sustained stability. challenges and the way forward. Despite the key achievements made by the Sacco was faced with the below challenges. One, external challenge, Cusco. The financial challenge facing Cusco affected most of the Saccos in the industry, including our own. The board therefore assessed the recoverability of the Sacco's investment and impaired all the funds held in the Central Finance Program of Cusco of 392,000 and also shares of 3.5 million, totaling to 3.9 million, almost 4 million, just 28,000 shy of 4 million. Is a provision, and I keep repeating this, is a provision, not write-off, is a provision. In case anything happens, we can always write it back. I think the American Policy Directive on donor funds, though the guidelines were issued towards the end of our financial year, 25 organizations who are members of Finnlemm, out of 200 organizations are affected. Among other strategies, we have continued to conduct financial trainings and mental health talks to our members, to our membership. Dormant accounts, the Sacco had a total membership of 3,378, with 2,702 being active and 676 being dormant. The Sacco is focusing on activation of dormant accounts by reaching out to the dormant account holders for the purpose of activating them. The PAR. I think I have talked a lot about the PAR. The chair has talked about it, the supervisory, and if you allow me, you can read about the PAR. Is that okay? Yeah? Because we were at 6.3, now we are at 5.9. Delay in employer remittances is one of the challenges that we have faced. The Sacco experienced delayed remittance by some employers in submitting members' funds. This affected the members' accounts, especially on loan qualification and loan performance classification. We are continuously engaging employer organizations to ensure timely remittance of members' funds to avoid inconveniencing you as our members. Liquidity. The Sacco closed the year with liquid assets to total deposits and long-term liabilities ratio of 8% as shown in the graph, the table, against a requirement of 10%. To improve on its liquidity and increase the competitive advantage within the market, the board has maintained the interest rate at 12%. Yes, 12%, that is on the flexi, throughout the year for any further funds that the members deposit on their flexi account. We encourage all of us as members to continue patronizing our product, the products. Later, I'll be taking you through our 2025 revised budget and 2026 proposed budget. But for now, that is the Treasurer's report and is signed by me. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Francis Kamau. Let's give him a better clap. Thank you. So, honorable members, 3 key reports have been shared, and I hope you're writing down your comments, your questions, because we'll be coming to the plenary where you'll ask questions. Honorable members, I want to recognize the guests that have joined us. Before I invite the Chief of Guests, who is also with us, to make her remarks. And once the remarks will be made, and then we can launch the FinPesa. So in the House, we have our auditors who will be making a presentation to you. This is Mr. Fred Mwendwa from Wambua and Associates is with us. We also have Magdalene from Wambua and Associates, external auditors. And we also have Solomon, Maina, Wambua and Associates. So they'll get their time. I also want to recognize our ministry representative who is already with us, our ministry representative, Gladys Ndegwa, officer from the Dagoretti Sub-County Cooperative Officer. Karibu sana. And at this point in time, I'd like to invite the Chief Officer for Cooperatives in the County Government of Nairobi County, to make remarks. And once he makes his remarks, I'll then invite our chief guest for the day, who is the County Minister, the CC, for business and hustler opportunities. This is the CC in charge of cooperatives. So allow me to invite Mr. George Mutiso. George Mutiso.
It's still morning. Good morning. God is good, and all the time. Thank you. The County Executive Committee member for Business and Hustler Opportunities, Madam Dr. Anastasia Nyalita, Nairobi County, the Chairperson, Finnlemm Sacco, the Board of Directors, the Chair, Supervisory Board, and your directors, the CEO, and your management team, the auditors, the external auditors of this Sacco, all other invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to stand before you as you celebrate this milestone. This is your 42nd, if I'm not wrong, 42nd annual general meeting. It means you should be slightly older than 42 years. You can't be younger than 42 years. And to have reached there, it means you have had a lot of good people steering the Sacco. I also want to appreciate the good work that the board has done and management preparing and getting us here today. That is a great achievement. And also recognize you members, because you are our champions. Without you patronizing the Sacco, we'll not come here next year. I've seen the Sacco is joined or is part of our billionaire club members, who are not more than 75 in Nairobi. So you should clap for yourselves. At 2.26 billion total assets is not a mean achievement. In where I come from, I struggle to get a word that stands for a billion. Because billion never existed those days. But yes, at least now, we are beginning to get there, and we'll coin a word for that. But more importantly, I want to recognize the resilience that our SACCOs all over the country have continued to display and exhibit. And why am I saying that is because your Sacco today, the core capital is at 371 million. What does that mean? People might not know what it means. If today we were to withdraw everything, every member was to live and live with their money, this Sacco would be left with 371 million. It can continue with business because it's an entity with 371 million. So this issue of Cusco of 3.9, comparing with your reserves and your core capital, it is a drop in the ocean. It does not distract you from doing your business. Leave it to government because we are dealing with the thieves. And we'll catch them. And we'll put them where they belong. And we'll get back your money. Is that what you want? So can you assure me you are going to focus forward as I focus on catching the thieves? We divide our roles, isn't it? I know what happened. Mistakes were made. We all have to take our blame, government and yourselves. But because we don't want to focus on what happened, we want to focus on going forward. The issue of Cusco is very emotive. The issue of Cusco is very painful to all of us. Because when I look at your faces, you are not happy. And I'm not happy either. We are putting in place measures to ensure that whatever happened in Cusco, the third eye of government does not lose focus and nothing goes wrong. That even says what we are doing to make sure your investments in this Sacco is safe. So Cusco issue, because I wanted to talk a little bit about it, is that Cusco had some issues that were not discovered on time. We had accountants and auditors who decided to do creative accounting. I know we have auditors in this house. But when you see management collude with auditors to come up with figures that don't exist, then there's a problem. There are some things you can hide, but you cannot hide forever. That's why it came out. Because you come here, even your board can declare impossible profits. But when they come to paying and meeting the obligation that come with it, the truth will come out. And that's how we got to know. We commissioned an audit. It was followed by a forensic audit. And Cusco was 13 billion in the red. And Cusco had 8 billion members' deposits. That is what we are fighting to get back. Let us talk about the principle before we talk about the interest. So what we are working to get back right now, and what we should be concerning us, is the 8 billion, where you are 4 billion. 4 million is part of it. I can assure you, we have started selling some properties owned by some of these people. We are auctioning in the next 2 weeks. You have seen in the papers, is recovery, where we are just revoking the law as it is. If you took a loan to build a house, you took a mortgage, and you had no intention of paying, we are going to auction your house. And we are going to start paying you money. Give us a few, maybe 1, 2, 3 years, and you start seeing good things coming. Can I leave it at that? Because some matters are in court. Can I leave it at that? Thank you. With those few remarks, and having talked about Cusco because it's what is paining us, all of us, I want to give back the mic to the chair, who will now invite our chief guests to talk to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutiso. I've been informed he is well-versed with cooperative issues. He happens to have been in the sector for many years, has even been in the board of Sacco, has been a chair of a Sacco. So help us with this Cusco matter. Thanks for sharing those insights. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now take this opportunity humbly to invite the chief guest. Our chief guest, Dr. Anastasia Mutetia Nyalita. Dr. Nyalita is the CC, that's the county minister in the county government of Nairobi, in charge of business and hustler opportunities. It is under this docket that cooperatives are also managed in the county government of Nairobi. So Dr. Nyaliti works very closely with Mr. Mutiso, who is the chief officer in the department. So let's be upstanding and welcome Dr. Nyalita. Thank you.
Asante sana, please be seated. Thank you, Chair, for those very nice words for me. Also to let each and every one of you that know that she's our waziri mwenzangu. She's a county executive committee member for water, environment, natural resources in the city of Kisumu. Please give her a round of applause. So I'm very excited to be here with my chief officer, Chief Mutiso, who is extremely experienced, and I'm happy that he has actually been able to tackle and give you some insight into your biggest worry at the moment. So I will not add any more. I cannot deduct anything. He's, from the county perspective, he's at the forefront of ensuring that your voices are heard, and whatever needs to be done is done, and working very closely with the ministry, the Office of the CS Cooperatives, Honorable Paranya. So let me take this opportunity to thank your chair and the board for inviting me. I actually saw the invitation in the night, and unfortunately, Chief didn't even realize that I had accepted because we had another commitment which we'll be running to. Again, Sacco. You know, for us, it's a commitment as a county to support all SACCOs within the county as much as possible, to do our role, because county cooperatives development and audit is a devolved function. So in Nairobi City County, as you've seen right from this, the chief officer, I'm sure we have a representative from Dagoretti, this area. Who is it? Yeah? Please stand. You were introduced as a government, as a national government. So she is from the city county of Nairobi. So every sub-county has an officer who is supporting the cooperatives. So she's not from national government. Sisi tuko hapa kama county ya Nairobi. Sawa? And for us is to support you. So thank you for inviting us. I want also to start by wishing all the ladies in the house a happy International Women's Day, and the men for supporting us in this endeavor. So asanteni sana. Okay? So it is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as a chief guest at this annual general meeting of your Sacco. And I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the board of directors chaired by your chair, Madam Waziri Judith, and the membership team and management team for inviting me to this momentous occasion with you. Today we gather not only to reflect on the achievements of the past, which have just been shared with you by the respective officers, but also to chart the course of the future of your cooperative. And I'm sure when, you know, after all is said and done, you will be left in the plenary to really also, you know, have a discussion around that. Your Sacco, just like any other Sacco, is a community of individuals united by a common goal to uplift one another through collective savings and responsible lending. In terms of celebrating your achievements, I'm made aware that you know, you have extremely resilient and committed members and membership, so continue with that. I commend the board and management for their strategic vision and dedication to ensuring that your Sacco remains a pillar of support for all its members. And then in terms of looking ahead, the financial landscape is ever changing. Of course, you can see the challenges that come in every other day, and we must embrace innovation to meet needs of our members. Digital banking solutions, such as the FinCash that you're launching today, is one of the things that we will be celebrating, and I'm sure the uptake will continue to go up. Financial literacy, I think you also have education days, yeah? Because, you know, for us who are not in the finance sector, we are not taught mambo ya pesa or financial management. In fact, I only came to learn about it the hard way, and as a result, I had to do MBA just to really understand financial management and management and leadership as a whole. So, of course, I will encourage also that as the discussions evolve, you will please actively participate to see how, as a Sacco, you can evolve and grow together. Of course, we must also continue to prioritize sustainability and social responsibility. And sustainability is key, and I believe it's also what is ailing a lot of Saccos that we've seen, and we continue to help them on that front, and also what is ailing the Cusco as well. So that's something that is also a function, or it's determined by your leadership, and more so, the leaders that we choose for each and every of our Saccos is very important. As a cooperative, we have a unique opportunity to make a positive impact in the communities that we serve, in our communities, and I'd like to urge us to explore ways to invest in local projects, support education, and promote environmental stewardship. Together, we can create a legacy that extends beyond financial success. So yes, finances are critical, sustainability is important, but what else can we do to impact the communities in which we live? As a call to action, I urge each one of you to take an active role in the affairs of the Sacco, attend your meetings, voice your opinions, participate in decision-making processes. Your involvement is critical to the success of the cooperative, and remember that the Sacco is not only an institution, it is a reflection of your collective will and aspiration. So how far you want to take it, what you want to do as a Sacco to transform the communities, to transform your lives, to transform your membership wealth, for example, is in your hands. So in closing, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the hard work and dedication of the board, management, and all members of the Sacco. Together you have built a strong foundation, and I'm excited about what the future holds for you guys. So let us continue to support one another. Please continue to support the board. You need to continue to grow together and strive for excellence in all that you do. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very productive and fruitful AGM. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyalita. So we now move to the next stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to launch FinCash. We can see the ICT manager is already there. So I'll invite Dr. Nyalita. I'll invite the entire board.
Yeah, so the entire board.
As what? The supervisory.
Yes, thank you. Kindly move closer there.
So you want
the whole board, kindly. Let's just line up there.
Where is the...
Not the other side, this side. Chair. Chair.
Where is come.
Yes,
Naomi, come.
This side, facing the other side. So the board, you can come kindly this side. The board, please.
Hold this. Hold this.
Kindly the board, please, please. Here. This side. Yes, here. Where Erastus is. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, today we launch a new product. We are leveraging on ICT technology
And this is going to make it much easier for you to access resources just using your phone. It's about promoting efficiency, getting your statements on time, and any other inquiries that you'd want to make. So you can actually access your account just by touching your phone. So I want to invite the chief guest to come this way. Yeah. Is it okay? Oh, the fire is here. Oh, all right, we'll do it from here. Yeah, this way. So the chief guest ceremoniously will now unveil using
the chair. Careful there.
Okay.
I want you to open. So chair is there. Okay. Okay, so we are launching the FinCash in 1, 2, 3. Clap for it. Thank you. Oh, it's opening up. Okay. So you can see the information will be shared. Hooray. Let's clap kindly. Applause. Thank you. Okay, good. So you can see the information is shared in your screens of what you can do as you read the transactions that you can make with the FinCash. And this is our own app. You can also install it in your phone or use the USSD code to access the FinCash, and also do any transactions that you can make. So it's a milestone for us as a Finnlemm Sacco. We own it. We are not using any other third party besides Safaricom. So a big milestone, and we are hoping that after today you will see the impact. If you are already registered in FinCash, you'll get that transaction. But today you'll get it in your M-Pesa. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you. We can resume our seats. Paul. Paul, just 1 minute. You can give just a quick preview as we go to the next step of the agenda.
Thank you, directors. And maybe I'll just take like a minute or two to give a preview of what we have just launched. This is our own product, as the director has said, developed internally and owned by the Sacco, meaning we will not change this particular platform unless we change the whole Sacco branding. And why did we decide that we need to have our own product? One of the reasons we have deliberated with the directors and agree that most of our members that were doing the same. Therefore, most of our members were having challenges because there was a lot of traffic from different circles, and this brings down the whole system in that our member may have to complain to the office that they cannot be able to access their dividend. Secondly, we have also had challenges from members transferring funds from one account to another. We know very well we have some members who like to capitalize their dividend as from today once we pay out our dividend. And it has been a challenge that we have to send a mail you have to call someone in the office to give instructions that I want to capitalize my dividend either by paying my loans or putting these funds to my deposit. All these, we have already solved that particular problem. And this is going to reduce the number of inquiries that we're going to get as an office, getting instruction from our members and all that. So the platform is there to assist us, we members, and they request the statement. In most cases, we find that we want to check on your statement, how you have been paying. Possibly maybe you have other financial institution that you want to share your statement. All these you request through the email to the office, send an email or calling somebody in the office, a staff, to download for you the statement and send you on mail. From the platform is enabled that you can be able to access this information and many other reports that you can be able to check and download from your comfort through the mobile. And also the platform, you can be able to access it from internet. So it's an advanced platform compared to what we had before. Another thing that we need to look at also is the technology. Which technology are we using? We know very well most of our members access different today is high technology in terms of security, and security is paramount. We know we are in era of sit on your phone. The previous platform that we had, it was not having these features, and these features now they're enabled that we can be able to use during when we access the platform. And also, for you to finish up a transaction, you need to have authenticated it. You need to have used either one-time password OTP, or you can be able to use your fingerprint. Members, this is a technology world, and as a Sacco, we will leverage on technology as well. We encourage our members to collaborate with the Sacco and be aware that as a Sacco, we'll work hard to make sure that we give the technology. We have already started onboarding members on this particular platform. We know majority of our members have already started using the platform, or they have already been activated on the platform. We as management and the staff will keep on training and creating awareness to our members. Platform. So we encourage you immediately, if you have not activated, please, we have a procedure that we follow. Kindly be activated on the platform.
Thank you very much, Paul and the team for the good job. We are requesting all of us who have not registered for this service, please do, and reach out to the team after this, our meeting, so that you are registered. There's a form that you'll get this information. So then after that, you'll opt for an app or the USSD code. The easier one is the USSD code. And you'll be able to access, you'll get the first time password, and then you create your own password that you'll be using to access your all the services that Paul, the ICT manager, have highlighted. So we invite all of you to move now to the star 816 star. Star 816 hash. Yeah, so that is the USSD code that you'll use. Thank you, and at this juncture, I would like us to move to the next agenda. We've already done 7 agendas, so we are going to agenda 8, which is the auditor's report. After the auditor's report, we will move to the plenary, the question and answer session. Kindly note the questions or comments that you have that we'll be able to discuss during the plenary. So I invite our external auditor to give his report, and welcome Mr. Wambua and the team. Karibu.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is CPA Frederick Mwendwa from DK Wambu and Associates. And before we present the audited report for year ended December 2024, and I would like to invite my colleagues to say hi to you. Thank you. Come on. Sorry, you can hear me now? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I was the auditor on the ground.
Me, I'm assuming each one of us is having a copy of this account. So, I'm starting on page 33 of this audited account. I want to take you through that income statement. Then after that, as I've said, I'll take you through the statement of financial position. I'm on page 33. There we have the statement of comprehensive incomes for the year ended 31st December 2024. As you can see very clearly, as it had been mentioned, we had a total interest income which grew from previous year, that is in 2023, from 241 million to a figure of 254.16 million in the current year. There we have our interest 122.7 against a figure of 123 million in the previous year. Then we had the net interest income in year 2024 of 131.394 against a figure of 117.58 in the previous year. You can see a slight growth there. Then from there we go to what we have under note number 7, operating income. So what we normally call other operating incomes, apart from the main incomes which are coming from the core business of the Sacco. In year 2023, we had an income of 12.96 million against a figure of 21.5 million in the current year, that is year 2024. Some good growth there. Then we had administrative expenses there. In year 2023, we had a figure of 19.293 million against a figure of 23.7 million in the current year. From there, we are going to the financial expenses. Year 2023, we had 14.437 million against a figure of 21.06 million in the current year. And that growth, you can see there specifically is being explained by what we are calling the matter of Cusco and an impairment coming from the FDC is directed by the regulator and as per the requirements of IFRS number 9. From there, under governance expenses, in year 2023, we had a figure of 35.09 million against a figure of 36.4 million in the current year. Membership expenses, year 2023, we had 4.5 million against a figure of 5.5 in the current year. And this one, when you see the membership expenses, actually it's good because it seems that as far as the Sacco is making some money, again, some of the money is being incurred by the Sacco in trying to do like what we normally call members education and the other forums, where members are supposed to be engaged to know, what is the latest development happening in the Saccos and what needs to be done. From there, we have a figure, we have income tax expenses. In year 2023, we had 1.7 million against a figure of 4.3 million in the current year. This growth is being explained, or this is being supported by what we have under other incomes. As per the Kenyan taxation laws, Saccos are taxed highly on other incomes, and that is why we have that growth, because I think members might be wondering why the growth from 1.7 to 4.3 million. Then from there, we have the evaluations of the investments of 4.03 million. So total comprehensive incomes for the year, in year 2023, we had 46.9 million against a figure of 56.984 million in the current year. From there, members, I would like to take you through what we call the statement of financial position for the year ended 31st December 2024. This is on page 34 of the audited accounts, which had been approved by SASRA. So there we have our assets there. We have in the balance sheet, that is page number 34. Our cash and cash equivalents there, we had a growth from 65.12 million to a growth of 1.34 million in the current year. Then financial assets, there was no, we had 39.523 million against 39.597 in the current year, some growth there. Receivables under note number 12 in year 2023, we had 64.4 million against a figure of 62.9 million in the current year. Due from the related parties under note number 20. This is the issue of FDC, which the treasurer and the chair have already explained to you. So that remained, there was no movement on that. But what I want to mention at this point, because I will still be mentioning it when I'll be reading our report, is we are aware and we checked and we know the board is working on recovery of these monies from the FDC Company Limited. After that, we have under number 11, that is loan to members, a growth from 1.6 billion to a figure of 1.7 billion. This growth is very, very good because it's communicating very clearly that members are supporting the Sacco by taking loans, which is a good indicator for any growing Sacco, because once that grows, it means the asset base at the end of the year and even the incomes for the Sacco will register a growth. Then from there we have freehold land at cost. Again, that one remained the same. There was no movement, and it's okay because, as you are aware, our regulator, who is SASRA again, tried to discourage Saccos from the issue of investing in land. So that is why we have that one remaining, with no movement. Property and equipment, year 2023, we earned 1.33 million 386 against a figure of 137.98 million in the current year. From there, we have intangible assets, reducing from 1 million to 676,000, and this is normally because of what we normally call wear and tear, or the amortization. Because once these softwares and other items have been used, their value, and as per the requirements of the International Financial Reporting Standards, they have to be amortized. Then from there, we have the issue of the income tax recoverable, 4.4 million and 3,154 against a figure of 2.6 million in the current year. That's a recoverable from the Kenya Revenue Authority, and that recoverable will be offset by any future taxes which the Sacco is supposed to pay. Then we can see now, after that, we have what we are now calling the total assets of the Sacco. And again, as it has been presented by the treasurer, we can see a very positive growth in the assets of the Sacco, growing from a figure of 2.1 billion to a figure of 2.2 billion in the current year, which is a good indicator. And as I have said, we need to appreciate the members, because number one, they are the ones who are contributing to that through taking loans, which is a good indicator. From there now, we have our liabilities and our liabilities and equities, which are supporting the assets we have there. member deposits grew from 1.6 billion in year 2023 to a figure of 1.7 billion in the current year. Again, a good showing that members again are supporting the Sacco by putting their monies in the Sacco. Payables and accruals year 2023, we had a figure of 35.3 million against a figure of 32.4 million in the current year. Long-term loans, the Sacco in year 2024 did not have a loan, whereas in year 2023 there was a loan of 3.2 million. This is a good indicator because it is showing that to some extent the liquidity of the Sacco is improving, because wherever a Sacco is having that line of borrowings from other institutions, it might seem, or it indicates that the Sacco maybe is not in a position to manage its liquidity. But what we are saying here, as it can be seen, or as I will highlight later in the statistical information, the liquidity of the Sacco is improving, which is a good indicator of that. From there, we have payments to members and the board. We can saw in 2023 we had 137 million against a figure 137,022 against a figure of 138.135 in the current year. Again, there is some growth on that, and it could have even been better if it were not for these issues of Cusco, because yes, you are aware, and this has been said by the chair. Cusco, the Sacco amortized some monies which seems not to be recoverable, as it has been explained. Under equity year 2023, we had a figure of 119.58 million against a figure of 150.753 in the current year. Again, we can see some good growth there, because to me, according to us as auditors, when you see this figure increasing, it means even the core capital of the Sacco is growing. And as you are aware, as you might be aware, wherever the core capital of a Sacco is increasing, again, it shows a good indicator to how, with regards to how that Sacco is being managed. From there, under note number 23, we have what we call reserves. In year 2023, we had a figure of 188 million against a figure of 220 million in the current year. Again, showing some good progress on that. And again, I will say, if the regulator is saying they need to see Saccos trying, or in their books, trying to reserve more, such that, because I know some people always ask, why is the regulator pushing the Saccos and the Saccos to retain more? The reason for this, and we need to appreciate it, is the more a Sacco has in terms of these reserves, wherever there is something unforeseen, the Sacco will stand to its ground, because these are reserves like which can take those shocks, like the issues we are having in Cusco. So down there, that is the total we have now. Total liabilities and equities for the Sacco, again, increasing from a figure of 2.1 billion to a figure of 2.2 billion. Having taken you through those important records with regards to the performance in year 2024, I wanted to mention something which was again mentioned by the Treasurer and the Chair. I want to make some highlights on page 27 of the published accounts, which is statistical information. This thing I want to make a comment, because even the regulator talked about it, and it's always good, again, as external auditors, we mention it at the AGM. One of the things, which we were really impressed with when we are checking the performance of the Sacco and the statistical information, the things on the key ratios. So I want to make a comment on on core capital to total assets. I want to say and confirm through our audit, we were able to confirm that positive growth, because you can see very clearly in year 2023, we earned 8%, whereas in year 2024, we had 11%. The regulator standard ratio is 8%. So through our audit and what we verified, we want to confirm that and appreciate and confirm to you that that is a very positive growth, and the Sacco has done very well on that. Again, down there we have the issue of core capital to total deposits. The regulator's required standard is 5%. What do you notice during our audit? Again, we noticed a very positive growth, whereby we are saying now we moved from 11% to 14%. From there, there is some of the news I have mentioned in my presentation with regards to the statement of financial position, liquidity. When we come to liquidity, liquidity is very key to any organization, and for that matter to a Sacco. Liquidity is like the blood of a Sacco. Liquidity is like the blood of an organization. Without that blood, an organization will not be doing well. What I'm trying to say in this case, I want to confirm that there's been a very positive growth with regards to that. As you can see under that line of liquid assets to total deposits and long-term liabilities, we can see that growth from year 2024. From year 2023. In year 2023, the Sacco was at 4%. Then in year 2024, according to the audited accounts, or according to our audit of what we confirmed, we can see that growth to 8%. That is a very positive growth, and we confirm that it really happened. Maybe something else, again, I want to make a comment on is the PAR. I want to make a comment on this because even the Treasurer, Madam Chair, and the regulator again paid attention to that. This one is the standard ratio is supposed to be less than 5%. But what are we having between the 2 years? We are having a figure of 6.3 against a figure of 5.7. We want to confirm this is the situation, but again, we want to appreciate the Sacco and the management board, because at least, even though it is higher than the set standard, we can see very clearly that they are doing a lot of good work in trying to reduce this rate to be below 5%. And at this point, as your external auditors, it's always good, and we want to encourage you and request you to support your Sacco by making sure at least you are paying your loans in good time. And at that time, and at that point, for sure, if somebody is having an issue with a loan repayment because of one or two reasons, because like what is coming out from the United States, it's always good to come up and negotiate with a Sacco on what we call a renegotiated payment plan, so that you honorable members help the management to reduce this PAR thing. And one of the good things, once this is reduced, it comes to your pockets, because it means we are having a less provision. A less provision on loans means the Sacco will make more money. More money means you get what you get at the end of the day in terms of dividend, again, will be improved. So wherever you have in these forums, and for sure you have encouraged your friends and other people, please try to encourage them on that regard to see if they can help their payment of loans in good time. Having presented the income statement and the statement of financial position, I would like to go and read our opinion. Our opinion would be the opinion is going to be on those figures we have presented, and again as presented as per the highlights made by the treasurer. We are going to give our opinion on that, confirm what we checked, whether it was okay as per the requirements. Then again on that, after read, our report will be on pages, it is on pages 30 to 32. At this one, I'm going to be again I'll be very brief because I want to present our opinion on the figures we have already read, and after giving our opinion on the figures, I will mention something which is very important when it comes to SACCOs. And again, as external auditors, we are supposed to read this to you as members. This is we will report or confirm to you what we saw or what we observed with regards to this SACCO, with regards to compliance with other legal requirements. I'm mentioning this because in some cases, through our audit and through our experience, there are cases whereby we find that the figures are fairly presented, the figures are fully supported, but the SACCO may be having some other compliance issues. So what I'm trying to say is, I will read the report, mention something on that, and again make some highlights on what we call key audit matters. Key audit matters in an audit report, these are issues which we always see. These are some of the areas which the stakeholders as you need to be aware of as they go on, because the good thing is when issues are mentioned to stakeholders and they are able to appreciate them, they are able to perform or do what they need to do in their small ways to make sure that the SACCO continues having what we call an upward trend. Thank you. So allow me to read our opinion and then mention those other issues. As I've said, our opinion is on page 30, and the full report is said covers page 30, 31 to 32. Let me read it on page number 30, our opinion. We audited the accompanying financial statements of Finnlemm regulated non-withdrawable deposit-taking Sacco Limited, set out on pages 10 to 34, which comprise the society's statement of financial position as at 31st December 2024, and the statement of profit and loss and other comprehensive incomes, changes in equity and cash flows for the year then ended, and the notes, including a summary of significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the financial statement present fairly the financial position of the Sacco is at 31st December 2024, and its financial performance and its cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards and the requirements of the Cooperative Societies Act Societies Act California in the laws of Kenya. The other paragraph here I'm not going to read, but I just want to mention this as an auditor. I want to confirm again the basis of our opinion was the basis we conducted our audit in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards. Then down there, we have the key audit matters there, and I have already mentioned them, and I said I have to mention them so that you honorable members in your small ways or bigger ways can see how we can support this circle. So the key audit matters there, as I had talked about, is on the ratios there. I talked about the PAR, about payment of loans in good times. I've talked about liquidity, and I've said, because it is very clear here, the issue of liquidity, we were very much impressed by the changes which happened between the 2 years, because we are seeing a growth from 4% to a growth of 8%. And we know, even though the regulator standard ratio is 10, at this rate, we expect the board and you as a Sacco, you will achieve that in the coming year. Because assuming now we have a growth of another 8%, it will be very good, which is a good indicator on that. The issue, we have another issue of provisions there. We have talked about it and the board is working on it. Then from there we have an issue, we had an issue as a key audit matter, the related party receivable. This is the FDC. Each one of you is aware of it. It is our hope, and we know that the board, all we reviewed and we saw what the board is trying to work on, and we are aware how we can confirm once the assets being held by the FDC limit, and once those ones have been disposed of, that money will revert to the Sacco. And again, actually, once that money comes, the Sacco will be having a lot of excess cash, some good cash, which again can be invested in some of the opportunities like government boards, and you make some good money from that. Having read that one, I want now to draw on what I said. It's always very good for the auditor or for the external auditor to report or to confirm on compliance with other legal requirements. As you are aware, there are so many legal requirements, which a Sacco is supposed to comply with regards to the regulator, the Cooperative Act, and I want to read about it. That is on page 32. As required by the Sacco Societies Act, number 14 of 2008, we report to you based on our audit evidence provided. We have obtained information and explanations which to the best of our knowledge and belief were necessary for the purpose of the audit and for the purpose of arriving at the audit opinion we have already given. The Sacco we want to confirm that the Sacco has complied with the various regulatory and standard ratios as required by the Sacco Societies Act. Then number 3, the Sacco statement of financial position and the statement of comprehensive income are in agreement with the books of accounts. Then number 4, the society business was conducted in accordance with the provision of the Sacco Society Act and the bylaws of the Sacco and any other resolution made by the society at a general meeting as far as our audit is concerned. The engagement partner responsible for your audit resulting in this independent auditor's report was P. Dennis Wambua, and the practicing number is there. Now, having presented our report, I want to mention something here that having presented our report, the accounts and our opinion, we want to read under page number 26 that SSDK Wambua and Associates, that is certified public accountants, were appointed during the year, and we express our opinion, our willingness to be in office in accordance with the Sacco Societies Act of 2008. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's clap for the auditors kindly. Asante sana. Just before we proceed to the next step, I would like us to adopt the auditor's report. First, we will have to adopt the treasurer's report, which he presented earlier, and the auditor's report. So may I get the proposer for the treasurer's report? Proposer and the seconder. Proposer for the treasurer's report. There's a proposer here. Seconder. There's a seconder there. Oh, proposer is there, then seconder. Proposer, proceed.
My name is Boniface Chaberia. I propose
FA
6068.
Thank you.
My name is Howard Akimala, FA 0114. I second.
Thank you very much. So we are going to the auditor's report for adoption. Let's get a proposer and a seconder. There's one there, two of them already, so. Oh.
My name is Edwin Karaoke, member number FA1177. I propose.
Thank you, Edwin. Seconder is there, or there's there at the end.
My name is Felix Misigo, FA 5025. I second.
Thank you. So please, I hope you have your questions. I would invite the treasurer back to present the budget. Thereafter, we'll proceed to the plenary. Welcome, treasurer.
Thank you very much. I'm back again with numbers, and don't get tired of doing numbers. We are a financial institution, and we deal with numbers. I will present this year's budget, 2025. You may recall that in our last AGM, we had a proposed budget which you approved, but as a tradition of Saccos, we look at what was approved, and then we revise it. We revise it now going by the learnings that we have had, and also then we make a proposal for the year 2026 budget. So as we look at the revised budget 2025, also look at the proposed 2026 budget. This is on page 56 for those who are who have this brochure, or if you don't have it, maybe on your email. We are on page 56 of the financials. On page 56, we have a summarized table which has the income and expenses. Then on the right-hand side, we have the detailed budget, which goes all the way to page 59 on the capital expenditure. So allow me to just go through it and maybe also remind you of what we approved last year, and then I tell you what we are proposing to change. On page 56, our income, you had approved our net interest income of 129 million. That's approved budget 2025. But we are proposing to change it upwards to 145 million. It is made up of notes on the right-hand side, note 1 and note 2, which if you go through it, and as we said, our significant interest comes from loans. Initially, our interest, the one I just mentioned is the net interest. But when I talk about the interest income, we had proposed an interest income of 356 million from loans, but we are now revising it to 301 million. And if you allow, I can still mention what we are proposing for 2026, which is 331 million. Then we less the interest income. In 2025, we had approved 210 million. Why we less is because that's what we pay out as dividends and interest. And then we are now proposing or revising it to 138 million. And for next year, it's 143 million. Also, then we less the expense on special deposits. These special deposits are the flexi. We had proposed 16.8 million. We are revising it to 17.29 million and retaining it at still 17.6 for 2026. And that brings up the net interest income
from 129 to 145 for this year, and then to 170 million for next year. Our total operating income for that period, again, last year we approved 170. We are proposing to revise it to 170 million. We are now proposing to revise it to 176 million, and for next year to 210 million. The two figures that make up those numbers are there. I think you can follow on the screen. Our expenses, starting from the bigger picture, is that our total expenses, which was approved last year, was net of 110 million, and we are proposing to revise it to 114 million, and then next year to 119 million. Maybe this is important that we go those costs to 35.2 million. And the reasons for that are on the next page. They are well spelled out. The personnel costs, we had approved 46 million, but you are proposing to have 44 million. So we are coming down. Again, we have built significantly on technology. Financial expenses, 17.2. We go down to 16.6. I hope you are still putting your eyes on the one for 2026. Then governance expenses, 11.1. We revise them to 12.5, and for next year, 13.2. Then members' expenses, these are the education committee meetings and also the AGM. We had approved 6.2 million, but we revised them to 6.1 million, and next year, 6.4 million. And that has built up on the numbers I gave. From there, the next page is mainly the makeup of those 5 items. I don't think I have to go through them one by one. Possibly you can peruse through them and you can look at what has changed significantly. I can highlight those that have changed significantly for us, for our next page, which has the CAPEX, page 59. The capital expenditure. Our total capital expenditure, which was approved last year, was 16.4 million, and we are revising to 16 million. The main thing is just reallocation and realignment, so there isn't much change. And for next year, 2026, our proposal is to have 8.7 million. Maybe just for the sake of getting how we get the 16 million in CAPEX, the first line is that we had 12.5 million on software, but now we are proposing to only use 11. On the second line on business continuity, there was nothing, but now we are proposing to use 2.8 because of the new servers and hardware and all that. On the e-conferencing, there was a proposal for 429,000. Now we are proposing to have 900,000, and next year 1.4. Computer and accessories, we had proposed approved budget of 1.4. but we are slashing it down to 950. And then on furniture and equipment, we had we had approved a budget of 150,000, but we are now revising it to 130 and 0 in the coming year. And building works, there was an approval of 2 million on security wall, but we are proposing to revise it to only 200,000. Instead of doing the security wall, we do the paint work. For those who know our office in Kileleshwa, we have a developer who is next door. He's building a tall building, 19 floors, twin tower, and there's no point of us doing a wall at the moment. We would rather paint because the area is now the catchment area for builders or developers. That is a revised budget for 2025, which we shall be seeking your approval, and then proposed budget for the coming year. We shall have another forum to revise the one for the coming year. We only have a window of 2-3 months before the AGM so that we can be able to operate. With that, Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Treasurer, for the budget. I would like to get a proposer and a seconder for the budget. Proposer and seconder for the budget. Proposer. There's a proposer there and there's a seconder here.
Hello everyone, I'm John Geshuke, member number FA0010.
You propose?
I propose.
Thank you. Thank you. The lady.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beryl Ogutu, FA3116, and I second.
Thank you, Beryl, for seconding. And now we are moving to the plenary, where we'll be having a session for question and answers and maybe comments. Just to let you know that if you've not registered for the FinCash, at the door there, Cecilia has the forms. You can fill your name and sign for them, for it. Then you'll be registered for the FinCash immediately today. And so I will hand over the session to Director Erastus, who will take us through the plenary. Kindly, we'll be taking some 40 minutes for this. And I hope you've already prepared your questions and any comments that you have. We kindly request your patience, kindly. Let's wait until the end of the session and also the AGM. Thank you.
So thanks and good afternoon, everyone. For those who came in late or maybe later after introduction, Erastus Chet is my name, a board member, and I'll be taking you through this session. We hope it will be very short, but very informative, so we want to engage. Like somebody mentioned that we don't want to fight, but we want to talk to each other. So let's engage, let's talk to each other, and let's ask questions respectively. Let's respect the board should respect the members, we respect each other as members because this is our institution. So now we have 40 minutes, it's exactly at 12:38. I should be ending this session at, I have a hard stop at 1:18. So we'll be stopping exactly at 1:18. Hopefully we stop earlier if we not have many more questions, but that is the time that you're going to stop it. And so I would like to have 4 mics on the floor. So I don't know who is managing the mics, and before we have them, I will not start before you have them. So can you have a mic here, and somebody upstairs? So Paul will be upstairs, then we have 1, 2, where's the third one? Third mic. I saw Francis with a mic. So now we have about 4 reports that we've been taken through. So the first one was the chair's report, or the chairman's report. We had the supervisory report that we were taken through by Director Morris. We had the treasurer's report, and remember in the treasurer's report we also have the budget that has already been read to us by Director Francis, who is our treasurer. Then we had the auditor's report. So those are the reports that we are going to dwell on. We may have other reports, other questions related to FDC, and we are going to guide on how to proceed with those questions. Is it clear? Okay. So this is slot number, row number 1, so this and plus this one. So we'll have this as the first section. And then we'll have 1 and 2 as the second one, then that becomes the third, and then the fourth. So when you ask the question, please tell us your member number, the report you are asking the question on, whether it is the chairman's report, the treasurer's, the supervisory, the auditor's report. Be very specific, so then that would guide the process of responding to the questions. I would like all the board members, supervisory, to be seated, plus the CEO, hopefully he's there. So that then we are able to respond to those questions in a systematic manner. I'll be shooting questions to any one of us, so just be ready for those questions so that we see how to progress with them. So anybody where Valeria's is with the mic, first row. So that is 1. Anybody else? 2, 3. So we'll start with those 3. And please be loud so that you can hear.
Hamjambo nyote. My name is Brian Anani, member number 4793. I have 2 questions. One to the treasurer. I remember very well that in the last AGM we did an approval of 5 million write-off. And I've been thinking through with now the same thoughts coming around. So my question is, as we seek this approval to write off another non-performing loans, when you are going for this, I understand even after the write-off, the loans and the recoveries have been done, there is that concept of share capital. I understand the loans, or rather the share capital still earns the person whose loan is being written off. Can we have a way that just to at least lighten the burden, the share capital can also be part of whatever is being recovered to clear off those loans? Or what is the way forward? Because this person, as far as we are writing it off, he's still earning under the share capital line. Then number 2 question is I'm drawing the attention to the SASRA observation number 3 of the overstated comprehensive income statement. And my thoughts are, does it mean that the dividend that we are going to approve here today, that it is overstated? And what is the comment of the auditor stroke the management on this? Thank you.
Thank you. So the second question, we had 2 hands on this row. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Daniel Achola, member number 4244. First is just a concern because I've been here for some AGMs right back, and when it gets a certain time, members do walk out. At the moment you can check on, chairs are empty. I think this one do affect us as members, and so many things do happen in this AGM, as in when the resolutions and are being made, some people do complain later on, oh, we were not there, we were not concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, members, this one is for us. We have invested in this Sacco, let's put more effort. Just first, it's just a concern on the statistical information. Last year, we were told that the total members of this Finnlemm group is around 7,100. Drastically, it has gone down this year, that is the 2024 financial year, it has gone down to 3,378. I just connected it with the chief guest, Dr. Mr. Obonyo, when he noticed a significant number in dormancy. I was wondering if this might be the change of numbers, as in to impress him, maybe, I don't know, for one reason or the other, for those numbers just to go down. At the moment, we can see that the total number of dormancy has gone down to 671. Last year, it was 3,860. It's a concern to this Sacco. Second, I don't know where to place it, but it's all about the benevolent and the service provider. First, the webinar course that normally happens online, it's affecting us. In this sense, we are all employed here. By that time, it's time for work for the employer, and I think most of us normally don't attend. The thorn in the flesh is the age limit. Here we are, fathers, mothers, brothers, our kids are here. And the issue of the age limit and the contribution, as in we passed here that each and every member is supposed to give the 300 shillings for benevolent, I think it comes whereby the service provider says that one person has insured one, so it's only one person in that family. I think here comes a time where we check such kind of. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, maybe just to reiterate the concern that he has raised of members getting out before the AGM. I think it is important that you be here. It's been a whole year that we've not had this forum apart from the education day that we had, apart from the webinars that we have. But this is a key moment for members, including myself, who is also a member. So the decision we make here affects you directly. It does not affect the board alone, does not affect supervisory alone, the ministry alone. It affects, actually, you are the first, me being a member, I'm the first person who is affected directly. I've had members asking at some point, when was this decision made, who made it, why is it being implemented? These decisions are made here, and like today we are going to make more decisions, and they are going to be made by you members. So let's take cognizance of that it is your day and you have to play your part as a member and be here so that you make sure that the right decisions are made. Thanks. So we come to the last question here, and then the next row.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name, good afternoon. Apologies for that. My name is CP Wamai Gidoi Daniel from Batok. I have a few questions, and I'd like to take the shortest time possible in the interest of the time that is flying away. So,
can you take a max of 1.2, max 2 minutes?
Okay. One of the questions is a kicker, is the Sacco has a strategic plan. We have not seen it this year in our reports. We would like to know where we are and whether we have abandoned that strategic plan and what plan we have ahead as we go on. Now, the other bit I want to ask is about the impairments that I have seen, especially on FDC and Cusco. Now, we all know that Cusco has not given direction on the amounts that should be impaired. But yet, our Sacco has chosen to impair 100% or give a provision of 100% of that amount. As members, as directors, I know we should be cautioning our members in terms of interest on rebates. So I would have expected to see a lesser amount, rather a lesser amount than the amounts shown on the financial statement, since SASRA has not directed 100% provision on the same. Now, the other one is about the AGM timelines. Is there a reason why we are having our AGM in March? We have our auditors and financial, the year ended in 31st December. it's not a surprise for us to have an AGM. So we should be planning ahead and having our AGM as early as end of February or as early as at 31st January. I believe members would agree with that because we pay our auditors and financial statements. They are not, we have no emergency in them, so we can do better than that. So the other one quickly is about the variances I've observed, especially on page 56 of our budget. If you go through those variances, you'll notice that two of them, like legal consultancy fee and compliance and quality assurance, there's a huge variance on those two figures, and you don't know what is ahead. So members would like an assurance. What is making up these provisions or this focus to be put in place? Is there something that you should be informing our members on? Lastly, I'd like to speak about the changes that are happening, especially on NSSF. NSSF is hitting hard on members' payslips, and you all know that most of our members are on the borderline of a third rule. So if the board or the management can come up with ways to ensure that either the tenure of these loans are extended so as to caution our members against going below their third rule. Thank you, and I appreciate the board. This is not a simple effort to run a Sacco. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Omai, and pleasure to have you with us today. So now I'll request the board and management if we can respond to that set of questions. And please allow me to ambush you by allocating these questions to a few of us. So there was a question that was asked by Brian on the write-off, and it was specifically on the share capital. Can we use share capital to be part of the loan repayment or something? So George, I wanted to bring this question to you. I hope you are comfortable to respond. Then there was a question of dividend being overstated. Director Francis, Treasurer, you can help us on that. On the dividend, are our dividends overstated? The payments that you're making of 13%, are they overstated? Last year we paid 12, this year we are paying 13. Or 13. So are they overstated? Then we have Daniel Ochola, who asked about the membership. James, you can help us clarify the membership. Last year it was mentioned 7,100. This year it is 3,378. I think it's just a matter of the classification and categorization of those figures, dormant, active, and so forth. So James can clarify that from the management. Then there was another question on Bolivarant age limit. Chair, you can help us respond on to that on issues related to Bonivarant and why do we have an age limit on that. Daniel has asked a number of questions. There was a question about strategic plan report. Frederick Okello, you can take up on that. Impairment about Cusco FDC, Director Francis, you can help us on that. AGM timelines. Why do you have AGM timelines now? Director Joy, you can help us respond to that if you're comfortable. And then we have the variances on page 56 on the finances, on the budget, that is. Director Caro, I don't know where she is, but Director Francis, now that you're the figure guy, I'll ambush you with that. NSSF, can we have a new arrangement? James, please give us that as at a management level, how we can proceed with that. So I'll start with George. Please take a max of 1 minute to respond.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for those questions. I just take one of them. Brian, you wanted to find out whether we can use the interest that is coming from the share capital, basically, because we declare the share capital every year. Those the members that are either dormant, they're still earning that share capital. I must mention that whatever is declared as income, and a member is not able to access it or is not cannot access it by either by virtue of being a defaulter, that money goes into clearing part of that debt. So essentially, that loan reduces. It may not reduce at the substantial rate that we want it to reduce, but it's henceforth, it's actually a good reduction. It just helps to go and take care of the balance. Now, one more clarification about the write-offs. Last year, I think number 13 of your minutes, you saw that we provided for 5 million write-off. But if you go to page 45, if I'm not mistaken, we only wrote off about 2.2 million. That is in the other expenses. And I just want to make it clear to all of us that we actually don't apply whatever we have approved. We have to go back and meticulously check whether each application is worthwhile before we actually apply it. So essentially, we can make a provision and ask members to give us permission to write off about 5 million or 6 million or 10 million or whatever figure that we present to us, but then we have to go back and continuously check, investigate, and see whether there is actually a likelihood of getting some of this money back. Thank you.
Okay, still an answer to Brian. The issue of SASRA mentioned that we have overstated our income, our comprehensive income by 56 million. SASRA says that we should have provided for 123 million, which are doubtful loans. But we have provided 66 million. It is the same statement, but when you read it from a reverse angle, when you don't provide, then they say that we have overstated our income. There is no overstatement. All these are provisions. And that is why member Awamai is asking, why again are you providing everything for SASRA, you know, for Cusco? And advice. So you are asking the same question, and the same member is asking another same question, why provide everything? We have not provided everything for your loans, which are defaulted, but we have provided everything for SASRA. Cusco, sorry, for Cusco. So it's just a matter of a little bit of a decision making. It's not so much, it's a decision that we have made. And if you look at Cusco, the matters that are there, just now to answer my, I think because it has come because of impairment, it is a right step in the right place, because we are not sure. But in case tomorrow, as the officer here who was there saying that we are going to recover, it will be an income to us. If you don't provide, it becomes a big issue. So it's just a provision. I wanted to mention that. Then there was a question, I think those are my two questions. Oh, variances. Yes, variances on a number of governance costs. I know this the CEO can answer, but I am aware of them also. If you read through what the auditors did mention, they mentioned a little bit about compliance. They did mention that it's important for us to have a tax audit. So we are providing some figures there. We are also having the land issues in Nakuru at the tip end. We are likely to get the titles now, so we might need a legal position, yes, processing of those titles and all that. We don't want to get back to the members per se. I think the rest the CEO can answer. Compliance and assurance, quality assurance, I think it's just a provision also in terms of some guidance from the experts. I believe the CEO can answer some of those. Okay. But I'm aware of those provisions.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, members. Yeah, thanks for your questions. I'd like to respond to, I think there are about 3 issues. Now, the first one is on the benevolent, on the aspect of the service provider setting an age limit. As we all know, service providers in this industry and in business, and that's always according to their guidelines. And when IRA regulates them, there must be an age limit. And as an institution, when we put up an expression of interest for these companies to apply, which is always competitive every year, we look at the cost effectiveness, we look at the benefits that our members will be getting from these companies. So this year round, actually when we handled it, because we have a committee which constitute management, then the board committee on FSC gets a report on that. They had settled on that based on what we had allocated as an institution. Sorry, I have a problem with my throat. So this organization called CAPEX, which is currently covering our members, initially had actually set an age limit of 70. Then following our discussions with them, because we are very concerned about our members, they pushed it to 75 on special consideration of our members. And I'm aware that James and Tim, the CEO, is actually engaging them further, if they could even push it further. But I'm aware that there are members who have approached management, because our setup in a family differs from one person to another. You'd find that probably you're brought up by your stepmother, or there is that aunt who brought you up who is quite aged. So my request is whoever who raised this question could engage the CEO further, so that we know the dynamics, the concern, especially in terms of age. But members, we all know that quite a number of insurance companies, actually their set age is usually 70 or 75. Some will be beyond us. Some are even 65. But we've really tried to negotiate, considering our members. There was a question on strategic plan. Going by the agenda for AGM, the status on where we are on strategic plan now is usually implied in various aspects. When we present the budget, that budget is developed based on the strategic plan. What are the issues we have prioritized for the year? It guides the development of that budget. What you are doing today, like the Fin cash, is based on the budget as far as technology is concerned. What we could do probably going forward based on that is that we'll have a summary on the issues, but I want to confidently and categorically state that we are on track with our strategic plan, which was launched in an AGM. And it's something you can even get in our website, our strategic plan for members. Then the other one I want to mention, I think Francis, you mentioned it on the impairment, you addressed it, on NSSF, how we can cushion our members.
The only way we can cushion our members is by us making money. Don't we know that? We have to make money. People paying loans, making savings in the Sacco, and the best we can do is to save on costs, which as a Sacco, and in my speech I really appealed to that. The loans that you pay on time will enable us make money. If you save with the Sacco, we'll make money. And as we play our role, and you saw it when Francis was presenting the budget, you notice that some of them have reduced downwards. So those are the ways to cushion. But for our staff, we conducted a board evaluation, which was part of my report. And based on that, we came up with ways of cushioning them. But all this is based on their appraisal, their performance as staff. So this is a national matter. We are trying the best we can, but I can't really point out on a specific thing that us as a Sacco would do personally. Because we know all of us are affected where we work with NSSF. Aren't we affected? Or some people are not affected. So for us that would really want to pay you that deposit, interest on deposit, to improve on our returns on investment and pay you dividend. If we don't balance all this, ultimately it affects what we pay you. So we are doing the best we can in terms of managing cost, but also constantly seek your support. I think those were the issues.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Chair. I think you have handled many of the questions. So the other one is on the AGM timeline. So Joy, you can respond to it. Okay.
On the AGM timelines, I agree with you, Amai, that we need to have AGM earlier. It's good our auditors were here and they did their work. And we look at the schedule. We do prepare a schedule with them. And I would say that probably in the future, like this time we have tried. Last year, when did we have our AGM? It was in April. 30th of April, 13th of April. This time we are in March. We want to purpose that next year we'll hold it in February, if possible. But you know that in Nairobi alone today, close to 20 Saccos are holding their AGMs. That's why we don't even have the ministry people here, but we'll purpose to do that. But we also go by the timelines of the auditors. And remember, we must also give 2 weeks notice for AGM. As a board, we must sit down, interrogate these reports, look at the management letter, and what even sometimes delay, which we must factor in, which could even take 3 weeks, we present those financial statements to SASRA, the regulator. And the regulator is interrogating how many Saccos? More than 100 Saccos. So we have to give them time. That is why there are delays, because they must follow the queue. But we are going to do our best and agree with auditors, whoever will be identified today, so that probably by second week, but you see, auditors also, you must give them time, and they can only do it after 31st. So at least a month, they do their work thoroughly. And we had very thorough auditors. They do their work thoroughly, present it to the supervisory here. We interrogate the report, because they also have a schedule before it even comes to the board. From the board, it goes to SASRA. So that's the procedure, but we'll do our best to improve, like we're improving now. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. James, the last one.
Okay, thanks, Chair. There was a question by Daniel Omai. on the huge variance on compliance and quality assurance, 1,696,552 compared to 9,000 previous year. I presume that was the question. And I wish to draw your attention to page 27, which has the statistical data. You will see the member deposits. The year 2023, it was 1,666,551,724. From the year 2024, SASRA introduced a deposit levy, which is 0.1% of the deposits that you have. So in 2023, that levy was not there. We started to pay the levy in 2024. It's a levy payable to the regulator, and the basis of computing that levy is the deposit that you had as at closure of the preceding financial year. So if you do 0.1 times 1.6 billion, you'll get the 1.6 million variance which was paid to the regulator. The year 2025, the rate goes up from 0.1 to 0.13, so we'll pay 0.013 of 1.7 billion. So the variance will even be wider because of the levy that we are paying to the regulator. And the year 2026, it will go further up. Those are levies payable to the government. It's not an expense that is being incurred by the board. The levy will go further to 0.14%. So it will increase and stabilize in 2026. Thereafter, the government will guide whether there is any further addition to the levy or not. Regarding NSF, I can add something to what the board chair said. We all know that there was an upward review in NSSF contributions, which is affecting everyone who is in employment. And it's not only 2025. 2026 February, there'll be a further review in NSF rates that we are paying as salaried people. So we cannot give a blanket prescription to how we will handle with each member. We are calling upon every member individually to approach the office. We have a discussion with you or in regard to your financial situation, because the financial situation of each member is different. Some people, apart from salary, they also have other businesses. So how we will address your matter will be different from how we are addressing another person's matter. There are those who have been affected by the Trump directive, others have not. So we'll address your issues individually.
So, yeah, thanks very much, James. There was a question on membership.
Sorry, Chair, there was an issue on membership. Last AGM, we reported a total membership of around 7,000 members. And remember, it was indicated to the membership that the number 7,000 is cumulative from 1982 when Finnlemm was formed. And it was agreed that moving forward, we need to only report people who are still in existence and remove from our membership people who left Finnlemm from 1982 all through to the year 2023. So the reason as to why the reporting has changed, we've removed from that. The total 7,000 was including everybody who has ever been a member in Finnlemm.
Thank you very much. So we move to the next set of questions. So this here and these two rows, starting with the already first hand, second hand, anybody on that row, third hand. So we close there, then we have these four hands. Yes, proceed. Please, let's keep time. I'm saying we have, time is really.
My name is Josephat Savari, member na FA 1464. FA 1464. On a land in Kreleshwa, you have mentioned because there's a very big building that is going there. Is it interruption to the business of the Sacco? If it is, you want to dispose it, or you want to locate it, or you want to move out? Two things you can mention, because you have sat, mumongea, how you can reach, and then you reach to the members, and the way forward. Secondly, Riyadh, land, when it was bought, it is 110 million. When it was bought that side. And up to now, you have done another valuation. If you want to dispose it, and how many plots have remained, because I've been seeing it, you are carrying members to Kisumu. You have to say that you are carrying members to Kisumu. And then, the third question is going to Supervisory Committee that they have mentioned. Loan repayment. And remember, it takes long to service loan. And it takes long to finish your loan. Is it having a mechanism how you can catch up the one of that is not any paying loan? Because loan, it have to reach in time. You finish in time. If you hold that member is not aware that he is underpaying, the Supervisory Committee they have mentioned. And then, the fourth one, you have not mentioned about Ongatarungai land. You have not mentioned. Have you gone through with the issue? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Safari. So the second person.
Good afternoon, members.
Afternoon.
I'm member number FA 0244, John Adoyo. I have a concern on RIAT land, insurance, and the treasurer's report. On RIAT land, I think we have carried this matter far too long. We need to put a closure on this. If the board plus members are incapacitated to a point they cannot decide on this matter and end it, then we don't need it on the floor of any other AGM. Are these people who are involved in the acquirance of this land too heavy for us to push? That is my concern. When it comes to defaulted loans, I heard the treasurer say that there is provision for that. Initially, I thought these loans were insured. I stand guided, I needed to be guided on that. Then lastly, when we say that we are contributing to benevolent, yet they are putting a caveat on age group to benefit from that, I think then some of us, me as an individual, I would say no to such, because I'm not deciding how long my relative stays on this earth. And if it is the reason that I'm paying for that benevolence so that they help me in the event this person demises, yet they are running away because of age, I have no business with such people. We have to relook into all those. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Nixon Otinya, member number 4702. My question is to the auditors. I would like, for my comfort and maybe for the comfort of other members, you've mentioned our share capital is around 135,000. No, 135 million Kenyan shillings. Can you confirm to us that you verified, you actually saw the 135 million somewhere, not in the books, but in the accounts or somewhere? And for that, we would like a bank statement to confirm, because we don't want a Cusco story here that you're reporting 135 yet we can't see it. So for my comfort, I want to see the 135 million, whether via bank statement or whatever you're going to present after this. Then to the management, where is the 135 and what are we using it for? Can we make decisions on investing some of it to the government bills and bonds and maybe the money market, so that we get the 9 or 10% that will help in offsetting some of our expenses? Lastly, I've started suffering from shareholders fatigue. I put my money here, but I'm only getting 7.5, 7, 8 year in, year out. Is it that we have a lot of expenses, in that whatever profit Finnlemm is getting, then net the expenses, whatever is left, can only offer us 7 or 8%. What is it? Why can't we move to 10, 11, like other SACCOs are doing? So is it our expenses? Do we need to review the expenses that we're incurring, or why are we being subjected to 7 and 8.5% year in, year out? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the last one here, and then you come on this row.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jojo Sir is my name. Member number 4A4973. Mine is feedback to, I think, the auditor's report. I think for the first time, we've seen a detailed report in regards to probably what each board member took home. I think that this is something that needs to be sustained going forward. But also, in regards to probably closely what is asked, in regards to the auditor's report, or rather the key audit matters that probably were raised during the year, which ones are high risk, and what is it that has been done so far in regards to those that are high risk? And also maybe the last one, in regards to the spirit of tightening our costs, could we probably leverage on the trainings that we've done to the board, maybe to like sort of capacity build the new members who are coming on board, so that we don't probably incur other costs in terms of governance, trainings, and such like investments, so that we don't keep on incurring some of this expenditure. Like we can rely on the guys who've been trained, probably to train the guys who are coming on board. I'm hoping my questions are clear.
Could you repeat the first one, please?
It was more of feedback to the auditors.
To the reporting of the directors.
Yes. In fact, it's sort of a motivation to some of us who are probably would want to come.
It's actually the second time, not the first time. Is it so? It's the second time that this is being reported. Third time it's being reported, so it's become a routine. Thanks. So we come to this row here.
Okay, my name is Clarice Bugo. My membership number is 107. I had a question concerning the supervisory report, and this is on loan repayment, but the question is to the management concerning how we manage the loans. There was an issue of installment that is varied, and amounts also varied. But I also wanted to know, and I think even in one of the feedback that we've had, I think the CEO, I believe that the CEO was responding and saying that let the members individually come to them. Now, I have an issue with that because we as guarantors, I grant somebody, but when they reschedule their loan, I'm not told. So you realize the loans probably changed and they rescheduled it to a lower rate, but a guarantor is not told. So one day you are just told, this person is not paying the loan, and because they had rescheduled. So can we be involved as guarantors throughout the process so that we can also help in managing the loan repayment? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Second person, yeah.
Hi, my name is Safari, member 6987. Mine is a mixture of questions and probably comments. I'll start off with, I think the whole planning process, I felt we're fighting to register as members. So I don't know, is there involvement of maybe ushers, something like that? Because why am I fighting to register? You know, why are we not having lines? Some of us haven't gotten water, and we've stayed till the end. So I don't know. It's just a matter of planning. The second one is on last expense. Maybe just to enlighten everyone who's hearing me right. I am in insurance space. I'm a broker, and CAPES is one of the people we work with. maybe the question then to the Finnlemm management would be, do you have an intermediary? If the answer is your intermediary bargaining on your behalf? Because now we have, just do an example, there is a product with Absa Life, and it caters for spouse, so me as Safari, my husband, then it caters for 4 parents, then it caters for 4 children. 100,000, we're talking about 100,000 at a premium of 37.50 per annum. If we divide that, it's around the same amount we pay per month, the 300 bob. So maybe I would challenge, and when it addresses the issue of, is it that I'm not holding this thing?
Maybe a better
Well,
mic. I don't know who is on the floor with the mics.
Age limit wise, we're talking about an age for the parents, it's 84 years. For members and spouse, it is 69. But those are the age limits when we're talking about insurance, and it accommodates for, wholesome. The other concern, maybe that's just for you to think around it in regards to engaging more from CAPEX. The other question is a concern on the membership uptake, the significant reduction. Pardon my naiveness, I'm quite new. This is probably my second AGM I'm attending for Finnlemm. Have you considered of partnerships? If CAPEX is a provider, they would have, partnered with you on, say, a fun day, and you improve those numbers, our membership uptake, so that we're not just talking about I refer 15 people, and then if I refer 15 people, you're going to take me to a trip. So maybe we can also start talking about partnerships.
Okay, thanks. You can summarize.
The last one was, I had, again, still on the defaulting, so I'm interested on the NPL, how you recover loans from, say, deceased members. I had someone mention on insurance, so there's something for that. It can help cater for those deceased members who have loans.
Okay. Thanks. And thanks very much for the feedback on the logistics. I don't know if there is anybody who experienced the same, is experiencing the same as Safari has done in terms of water registration. You have not registered. You didn't get the water at the registration desk?
No, personally,
you are fighting for it. Cecilia and team, would you please address this? Because we thought this would be enough, and so we apologize for that, really. We weren't aware, and thanks for that feedback. Then there was another comment on the last pay. Yeah, so we'll respond to the others. They look like questions. Yes, proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. My name is Daniel Njoroge, member, FA 1987. I have two questions or comment. First of all, on the platform that we have started, that is the FinCash. If you look at the currently, all the companies are outsourcing because of the issue of the cost. Have we compared our program with the platform that we are using in terms of the cost and in long term? That's the first question. The second question is to do with, we have a case. I think this case should go specifically maybe to the credit manager. I mean, it looks a bit awkward. You have a case in your book from the year 2008. We have seen letters between lawyers. Honestly, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Us as the grantors of a certain person, I'll give the name because it's not, it is there. There is a case of Clarice Kimoto, I think, okay, since the year 2008. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to us. We have given you we have even communicated to you where the person is working. I mean, if you cannot be able to go and get money from this person, how, as grantors, are we supposed to do it? Okay? The second question, I remember in the year 2001, there was a bill on Dode bill, those who can remember, and I think it was amended in the year 2019 on the banking and so on the capping of the interest. Does it have an impact, especially on us grantors? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there's the issue of the 2008 and then FinCash. So we'll respond to that. And maybe when did you when did you give us the information on where this person is working? If you can a bit clarify.
It's already communicated to.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I have the communication. So, I mean, what else can I do?
Okay. Now, I was just asking, is it in terms of months, years, timeline? Okay. So, we'll respond to that. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
My name is Halima. I just joined towards the end of last month, so I'm still new. I have two questions that I needed to maybe get to know. First was on the shares. I saw the shares is 40,000, right? So if I want to pay for the shares and spread it into maybe 10,000 per month to make it 40,000, do I get to become a legit shareholder after I have finished paying or once I start paying? I'm naive. Question number two, the paying of the, like I had decided I want to be paying X amount per month, right? So if I get like a lump sum of money and I pay it in the following month, then maybe month 3, I don't get money, but I still pay what I had decided to pay. Does my scorecard go down or what happens? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, let's respond to these. I will give you time. Okay. Yeah, it will be very possible because it is online. So that's the beauty of it. You can register wherever you are, but we'll respond to it also. The tech person, so Paul, if you can come down, please, so that you can respond to that. So I will come to the upper row. So we want to respond to these questions. Then I know there is another row at the end and the upper row. So I'll be coming to those questions. We are coming this way and then we finish with the upper row. So just keep your questions, they will come. You want us to make all of them? The fear I'm having is that some of the questions might get lost. So let's finish there. Finish all the question up. We'll come here, finish all the question, and then we'll have one set of answering, and we close the Q&A. That's fine. Yes. So upper section.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
My name is Alvin Masira, member number 1071. My question is about the benevolent fund. Will the management consider members to be giving it optional rather than mandatory?
Okay, thank you. Any other question up there? Because when the mic moves permanently, so any question? Otherwise, we come to this row on the end.
Okay, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Okay, my name is Linda Odhiambo, member number 5095. So I have 3 questions. The first question is on treasury and specifically on administrative expense. So if I remember well, our treasurer said that the reason as to why the amount was raised to 23.7 million as opposed to 19.3 million in 2023 is because of the loans that were defaulted due to passing on of the members. So I wanted to ask, is it that those loans are not insured? And if they are, is it the Sacco that is supposed to pay for them or it is the insurance? Question number 2 is on benevolent. Mine is not on the age limit, but because that one has been mentioned, but it is on the number of members, the people that you're supposed to recruit. That is the biological parents, parents-in-laws, children, and spouses. So My question is, assuming this, I don't have parents, I'm not married, maybe I don't have a husband, that is, and so even a child I might not have. So what happens to me? Why am I still being deducted in that kind of a case? Can it be optional? So I feel like the benevolent is more benefiting the service providers than members. And lastly, to number 3, about the Riat land. I'm one of the people who bought it, so my question is, what happens to us who already bought it? Because even by the time we were buying the land, we were told that it was ready to occupy. But upon going there, it was not. I think it can even take 3 years before you do any development there. So will you be getting a special consideration? Because I've heard that you might consider auctioning the land. Can you also get that kind of a special consideration? Thank you.
So maybe just to answer quickly your last question, the auctioning is on the remaining part. So whatever has been sold has been sold. So you have your land. I know there are some who already have the title deeds. So that is already your land. So what is going to be auctioned is the remaining section that is still unsold. So just to clarify that. But we are going to have a very short report from Rachel, who is going to take us through a very summarized report on RIAT. I hope you remember Rachel, who was our board member and also a chair, but she's still with FDC. So she'll speak more on RIAT and FDC. Second question on that row.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Mbaka, member number 1198. First, I want to commend the Board of Directors for the job well done, in spite of the fact that the business environment for Saccos is fast changing. My question is facing the auditors concerning the management letter, if there are any serious issues that you want to bring to our attention, and probably how members can assist. Number 2 is about note 4 of the accounts concerning earned interest but not yet received, whether it forms part of the overstated income from the income statement. Then I'm also concerned about the decline of dividend rates. It is worrying, and probably the management should take caution on how they should be able to do business in the future. Then the last one is about the supervision remarks that some of the strategic objectives or goals were not met, but they were not very clear about the same. Then, sorry for the last one, is about the solvent status of the company. If Finnlemm Sacco can be able to buy the insolvent company for the purpose of business continuity. And then the last one is about the fair comment from SASRA that this was a fair, the accounts made a fair presentation. Can we translate it to be good compliance if it works well? Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Maka. Yes.
So my name is Simon, 6868. I have 2 questions. Number 1 is on the issue of the fintech. Do we have people who have been registered by the Sacco to deal with the data issues on the fintech? Because I understand I will be registering, I have to give my ID and some other information there. How are we to deal with the issue of data protection? The other comment is on the auditor and the concern that was raised by the other member there. I don't know whether the auditor can give us the residence, so that if we are Cuscorized, we also SASRAized him. But it's a fair comment on the issue of the accounts. I think we are doing so well. The third one is on the issue of FDC. We have the issue with where we are saying that the company is insolvent. And we are coming from a point where we have done 120 as the debt, 120 million as the debt, to where we are right now, going towards 30 million as the debt, as the outstanding debt, when we remove all the assets. Are we saying we cannot be able to give the company a few more years to see if they are able to get us to a 0? Because when we close that account and we have a liability of 36 million, what happens to that account? Is it taken by the Sacco, or what happens? Would it affect our dividends? Would it affect our interest? if we have 3.9 million affecting the dividends by 0.5%, what happens to these 30 million? What will happen? So that is my question.
Thank you. Wow. I thought we had finished this row. So let's first of all respond to these ones, and then we'll come to the upper row. So yeah.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. My name is Emily Owino, member number FA3453. First, I just want to appreciate the work the board is doing and through the chair. Secondly, I also want to thank the Sacco for the benevolent product. It made me bury my mother with a lot of dignity. Then I also wanted to ask about RIATA, but my question has been mentioned or asked by quite a number of people here. Then it leaves me with the final question about the supervisory report. One thing I noticed is two signatures which looked like, two signatures were similar to copy-paste. I am not sure about copy-pasted signatures on a very serious report like the supervisory report. So it makes me to ask, do we have some rules regulating the signatures that are being amended on these very serious reports? Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, for that observation. Any last question there? So one, and then we close.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Edwin.
Yes, proceed.
Question is to the on the auditor. Yeah, so my question is specifically to the auditor on how the matter number 3, how it was addressed. So your second point, the auditor states that we advise the Sacco board and management to follow the regulatory requirements when making such investments in the future. So my question is, does it mean this investment that were done didn't follow the regulatory requirements? Thank you.
Thank you, Edwin. So that's the last one. Now, we have very many questions, and this is how I'd want to cluster them. All the questions related to RIAT. How many plots do you still have? I've already bought the plot. Will I be secure if it is auctions and so forth? So we will invite Rachel, who is going to take us through a report, and she'll tell us how many reports have we sold, how many are we remaining with. I don't know whether you can go into the figures, but that is upon her. So Rachel, Francis Kamau, Director George Rogo are the ones who are sitting on the FDC board. Rachel is the chair. Currently, she left the board, but she continues being the chair of FDC. And so they are going to present to us the situation as it is on FDC, on RIAT land. And there are a lot of questions that have been asked. There was a question that was asked about the office, Kileleshwa by Safari. Director Matundura, wow. These directors, they dodge me when I'm almost calling them, but I'll still find them. So there was then a question on, I don't know who wants to take that, on the office, Kileleshwa land. Yes, Bernard, you can pick on that. And then there was also a question on fintech. Paul, could you please come and respond to all the questions related to fintech? Paul? So Paul will respond to all the questions, including Simon's questions, data protection, how many people have registered, can somebody register when he's in the US, for example, and things like those. There was a question on benevolent. Can it be made optional? The number of beneficiaries. I think the chair had really explained it very well, but Chair, can I throw the ball back to you just to provide more clarity on that? So Chair will respond to that. Administrative expense on loan insurance, I think it was asked by somebody, but I've forgotten. So yeah, we'll have that responded to. On the insurance, who wants to take on the insurance? Yeah, George, you'll pick on that. RIAT land again will be addressed by Rachel's report. Serious issue, is there any serious issue from the audit? So all the audit question, please take them up. There was a question on, is there any serious issue? Note number 4, there was, are we being Cuscorized? You'll also help us respond on that. What is in your definition when you say fair? In what position do we find ourselves as Finnlemm Sacco when we give an opinion as fair? Supervisory, there were a number of questions that were direct to supervisory. So Director Morris, Sila, and so the 3 supervisory teammates will help us to respond to that, including the observation that has been made of the signatures. So you will clarify on the issue of the signature. Edwin, you have asked about matter number 3, so that remains to be with the auditors. How was it resolved by the board or together? I hope I have picked all the questions. I've been summarizing them. So you'll find all your FDC, RIAT questions will be responded to by Rachel in her presentation. All the FinTech by Paul. All the auditors' questions will be responded by the auditors. Benevolent by Chair, and then we have the issues of loan recovery. There are a lot of questions. The issue of 2008, until now, we have the information. You can respond to that, plus many other issues. How are we doing recovery, and so forth. So who wants to take the baton? First person, George or Rachel? I don't know if you are ready. We are running against of. You are ready? Okay.
Good afternoon, members. Good to see you today. My name is Rachel Ngondo. As you've been informed, I sit in the FDC board. Used to be in the board till last year, 2024. And now all my time is at FDC. Now, there have been a couple of questions from members about various projects at FDC, what is happening, and also from the report that was presented by the Supervisory Committee. So I'm going to just take you quickly through what's happening at FDC, and I know there was a question from Zaveri about, this RIAT, what's going on, why is it taking so long? So I'll just quickly take you through, and if you have further questions, you'll be free to ask. Now, FDC currently has 3 projects that are running. The directors that have been mentioned, that's Francis, George, and I, have been running the company for the last 4 years, since 2021. But the company was run by different individuals, different directors before then. Now, RIAT, which is one of the issues that have been raised by many of you, I'll just give you a quick update on what's going on with RIAT. I just want to go through the statistics because I wrote them down, so I won't go through them, the actual data, which is in my tab. Now, at RIAT, we bought 40 acres, and those 40 acres, at that time when we bought, I remember you mentioned that it was 110 million, that is correct. After that, there was a valuation that was done, and it was valued down to around 59 million thereabout. Oh, I can use this, it's better, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it was valued down, so the figures that you see in the report is the valuation that was done at around 59 million. Now, when we do reports on land like FDC in our accounts, our auditor has advised that you do not put in the market value. It's echoing, okay. Okay. you do not indicate the market value of the land that you're holding, but you indicate the valuation or the cost at which you acquired the land. So you will see in our reports that not FDC, but RIAT is valued, the land is valued at 59 million instead of 110 million that was bought at. Now, when the three of us joined the company 4 years ago, we had just a huge piece of land, and which was bought 40 acres, but 1 acre was actually used to give an access road, and so 1 acre was removed, so we remained with 39. What we did is we subdivided one part of the land, which was 16 acres, into quarters and eighths, and these were 80 of them. Then we had another piece of land, which was around 6 acres. We sold to an individual who wanted to buy the whole piece, so we sold that. 3 acres of that is fully paid, and 3 acres is still being paid. We remained with 17 acres, which is unsubdivided. It's a huge, big piece of land. So what we've been doing is selling these quarters and eighths. Currently, we have sold 29 of those plots that were subdivided, and these are fully paid, and the owners of these have received their titles. I know one member mentioned that she already has paid, and she has her plot there. And we have others which are paid at various stages, so these ones are not, we haven't issued titles for this, because you have to complete paying before you can get a title. And we have around 36 other plots which people have booked, but they haven't paid a single cent. So that is the status of the land at RIAT. Now, what we've done, I'll just give you a summary. Out of all the payments, we've been receiving payments all this time from the members who are fully paid and some are partly paid. So far, we have a balance out of the total plots that are remaining, okay? The eighths and the quarters and the 17 acres. We expect to sell these at 126 million. 126,427,000. So that is the value, I would say, the market value, because we've priced them. It is actually discounted, but we've priced them at this, and if we were to get buyers today for all the pieces of land that is remaining in RIAT, we would make 126 million, around and another 500,000. So about 126.5 million out of RIAT. Last year we advertised the 17 acres. We got some institutional buyers who we advertised by tender. Some institutional buyers wanted to buy, but they came, looked at it, but they haven't made decisions. So we're still having negotiations and discussions with them. I know there's someone who's asked, what's going on? You are mentioning, you've said that you're going to auction RIAT. I have bought my land there. What's going to happen? We haven't said that we are going to auction RIAT land. We have looked at all those plots. Some people have bought. Now how do we go again and auction the plots that you have already bought, or we've already have already been partly paid for? So we are waiting for individuals who have finished paying, or to finish paying, so that we can give them their title deeds. For the 17 acres, we still have other strategies that we are looking at. If we are not able to sell it as a bulk, how else can we subdivide it? Can we, discount it further? So that is still under discussion. So that is what's going on in RIAT. I know there's been a question about the value of that if 50C is if we sell all the land according to our accounts, if we sell all the land at the current valuation indicated in our accounts, then we'll not be able to pay the loan we have with the Sacco, which is 145 million. Now, we've done calculations of all the pieces of land that we have. I've talked about RIAT in detail. Kitengela, we had 160 plots. which are sold, and most of them are sold, and the people have taken their titles. We have 22 plots at various stages of payments. We expect another balance of 13 million out of the ones that are remaining. And then we have another project, which is Lukenya. I'm sure you've heard about it. We've been discussing this and advertising and asking members to come and visit. Now, for this, we have 16 plots. Some have been fully paid. We expect, there's a balance that we expect from these of 7.2 million. Now, if we add all these monies that I've talked about, I don't know if anyone has a calculator they would like to just add with me so that we can all be happy and clear in terms of how much money do we expect to make out of all the projects that we have at FDC. If you have a calculator, please just type this number, 126,427,000. Anyone with a calculator? Okay, 126,427,355. That's the balance we expect from Riyadh. Now, the balance we expect from Kitengela is 13,116,699. And then the balance we expect from Lukenya is 7,272,779. Can someone tell me how much that will make? 140? 146 million? 216? 800. 816. So, 816, okay. Right, 146,216,816. That's the total amount we expect from this. And these plots that we are selling right now are discounted prices. We haven't, we've given a discount prices to encourage members to buy. So if you look at this 146 million and the debt that we have of 145 million, we should be able to break even. We should be able to break even, but we need time to be able to continue selling. Remember that there are members who've bought at installments. Now, if you're buying a plot at installment, your price is higher than if you're buying at cash. So I'm not considering the higher price, I'm considering a cash price. So if we give, these numbers indicate that FDC should be able to break even and pay back the loan if it's given time to continue with the strategies and all these other activities that we've been doing. I know there's a question also that has been asked. Loans increase at a cost. Oh, okay, this is something else, I think it was. Yeah, why is it taking so long to sell Riyadh? It's true, it's taking long, and we want to sell it as quickly as possible. And encourage you members, if you need a plot in that region, you can come to talk to us. We are also looking at various options. There are people who want to buy big pieces of land, but those institutions take very long to make decisions. And knowing the economic situation that we are in today, it's not easy to sell. It's not like selling a packet of milk or food or anything. It's not easy to sell land. So we are doing our best, but we don't want to sell at a throwaway price just because we want to sell it quickly. So that's what I would say. I don't know if I've left out any question on FDC, on Riyadh. FDC still has one staff member who sits in the office here. I'm sure you've heard of him, Nixon. And then we have someone part-time who supports us at Kisumu. If you want to visit anytime, you can let us know and we contact him and he will be able to take you through. He is our salesperson in that region so that we are able to, we don't have to get someone from Nairobi to keep going to Kisumu. So we really have a lot of activities. I think you've also seen our communication asking you to come for open day so that we can show you the land that we have. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Rita. So Bernard, you can
Thank you very much, Madam Rachel, for your presentation. I've got just 2 follow-up questions on behalf of our members who have posed the questions on RIAT. Number 1, kindly tell us how much did FDCL sell in 2024 and how much did FDCL pay to the Sacco? Question number 2, you've said if you sell all the plots, FDCL sells all the plots, and you told members to take a calculator to do the maths, which came to 146.7. And you said that is able to extinguish the obligation of the Sacco, which is a figure close to 145. And already there is a loss which has been made of 36 million. And we have FDCL board members who sit and get allowances. Have you told members also to subtract this from that mathematics, or how do you account for that? Thank you.
There. Thank you, Maurice. And I don't know if George, maybe you want to say something very briefly in response, especially as a board member, currently the board member. I do acknowledge that there are some very serious concerns. And that is why, members, you're raising this. The current chair has made a presentation on the situation as it is. One of the concerns and the reason why SASRA raised an issue and has actually directed that as a board they want to have a sitting with us immediately after this AGM on the future of this institution, FDCL, is because of those concerns that Maurice is raising. And I like what you mentioned, sir. You know, I usually call him elder, that we just need to take a decision on this matter, which was said. Last year, the team that was running FDC, in an effort to raise some money for operations. You heard Rachel mention that there is a staff that is there. They did the subdivisions, which was able to utilize some of the money that was raised. Then there was some modest investment in Lukenya, yes, which you used what you raised, which was less than 2 million? 2 acres that they sold. So it was on that basis they used that money to acquire land in Lukenya. And the calculation, you have to bear with me. And the calculation shared by Rachel covered that 2 million. And of course, the profit that they expect to have. But members, the challenge we are having is that I know somebody, one of the members, was wondering whether we really need to wind this thing up. If you're winding this thing up, we have to inform you. But it's a very delicate matter because members' money is in this land. You get it? But the other, if you look at the other side of it, is that SASRA is also telling us, going into the future, we may have to merge the Sacco financial report with FDCL financial report. And you see, if that happens, there'll be a problem because you may not even pay dividends. And that is why they want to meet us immediately after this. There is a lot of work that this team of 3 have done, and they've presented it here. But as a board, we'll sit down and take a decision. This time round, we don't even want to stretch it. And members, we all know that this land was bought how many years ago? Over 10 years ago. None of these people here were in the board. I'm happy to report that with us now is Madam Dolphin Aremo, the director for cooperatives in Nairobi. She knows this story. And they did an audit. There have been concerns, and some members who have been here for years know the story. In that audit, they were very clear. Sell that land. If there is a difference, a deficit, who caters for that deficit? The board members who sold that land. That's the issue. And that's why we are having a meeting. None of those board members, some of them have even run away from the Sacco. Thank you very much. So, members, that is where we are, and we hear you, and we are going to do what we can, using the relevant arms of the government to pursue those concerns. Thank you. Thank you for that. And even as it's bogging us down, it's affecting us. We had to provide for 5 million. And SASRA tells us we'll have to continue providing for it. We are not ready for that.
Thank you so much. I'm member 6256. Perhaps the reason why SASRA wants to meet with you after the AGM is for you to get the opinions of the members on what they want to be done on this company, so that you can sit as a board and review our opinions, and then you make an informed decision. Secondly, if the first land did not generate income, then why were they going to buy other lands? They could have exhausted this one before they go to buy other lands. Then thirdly, most of the members here are well informed on land matters. When land valuation was done 10 years ago, and then instead of appreciating, it depreciates after 10 years. What does that mean? Money was lost. Then finally, before land is bought, we expect as members to be informed that we are going to buy land in Isinya, for instance, who is interested, so that we can also, perhaps inside there, their valuers, they can tell you the cost of that land. I think we need to make very painful decisions on some of the issues, and I agree with the Supervisory Board that we don't need this company. Let it be scrapped. And those who are responsible, they pay members' money, and then we close it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are noting down the views. We are going to meet SASRA with the comments that have come from the floor on this matter. And what we shall do, if necessary, is even have a virtual special AGM. Because a physical one like this is out of our budget. Is that okay? Can I leave it at that for this matter?
Ukiona nimesimama mambo inaanza kuharibika. Mimi namba yangu ataambia nyinyi. Mimi ni Lori Tobias. Nataka kukueleza dawa ni moja hapa. Wenye walinunua hii samba moja najua. Chairman alikuwa anaitwa Dondi. Mnaogopa yeye? Jojo Dondi. Kama mnaogopa yeye, mpa mimi ni deal na yeye. Mimi ni mzee, niko na mwaka 77. Siogopi kifo. Mtaingia jela bure. Sababu yake ni nini? Huku kweko, lakini mtego itakute. Kwa hivyo usiende kukutana na SASRA kabla sisi tujafinalize everything. Tafadhali. Mimi najua unaondoka. Lakini hata ukiondoka ende ngambo tutakutoa. Sababu ilinunuliwa wakati huku kweko, lakini sasa utaingia mtego bure. Sisi ndio bosi yenu. Mkiwa hapo usidharau hao watu. Sisi ndio tunaandika nyinyi. Msara saa hizi tumepitisha. Mbona hukupitisa peke yako? Tulisoka mbali. Hatutaki hii kitu haribike. Mimi niko na watoto wangu hapa na wawaachia hata sea zangu. Hatutaki mchezo. Kwa hivyo kaa chini na watu yako kabla mjaenda kukutana na hao watu. Ita mkutano. Special Dini GM. Tumalize hii kitu kabisa. Asanteni.
Thank you. We'll do what is within the law. SASRA is our regulator. They gave us a directive. But what we have said very clearly is that once for us to take the final decision, we'll have a virtual special AGM. Yes. Wamai, it's the same thing?
To ask this question because Rachel has drawn out figures that we cannot substantiate. We don't have the FDC audited accounts. We don't have anything that we can make a decision on. So we are hearing stories that land was sold and monies were paid to the Sacco. But in absence of audited accounts or other statements to show that, then we can't make any decisions, or we can't question you guys. We cannot question people on things they have in their minds, which we are not privy to. So I would urge maybe in the next AGM, if this matter will still be on, the first thing we should do is to have those audited accounts as part of our...
Thank you. I would like to report that SASRA, even in taking the FTC. In fact, they are waiting for the audited ones, which is on course. So that will be presented. The process is ongoing. But they got the accounts which they had at that point in time. They actually demanded for them. So there's a lot of transparency there on all that. Now, allow me, can I get out of this now? I move to something else, members. Thank you. Now, the other one is on the benevolent. And I want to thank the lady who gave certain suggestions because you're in the industry. And I also want to report that as a Sacco, always we do the competitive procurement where we get several people lodging their expression of interest. And what you have shared, we could also look at it, and I know the CEO promised to reach out to you after this on how you do that. The other question you also asked is whether we have a contact person that does that. The CEO informed me, and I'm aware that they do have like an intermediary that helps them identify that and negotiate. And if you recall earlier when I spoke on this, initially they had actually set the age limit at 70. Then through that negotiation, through the intermediary, it was pushed to 75. And I reported that they are still negotiating further with the provider. Actually, I'm being informed as at now, it is 85 for parents. They've set the age at 85 per parents, which I think is good enough. So that is the position, and this usually runs for a year. Now, I remember there was a question from up there, and again from a lady here, on whether this needs to be a choice, so that those who feel that it will not benefit them don't become members. If you look at the principles of cooperatives, we really encourage you to have this. But if that is your decision, then probably it's a matter we'll bring up so that others who feel this is not benefiting them. But as a Sacco and going by the principles of cooperatives, we would really encourage you to have this. Maybe the negotiation would be what one of the members mentioned. How do we negotiate and be flexible about it? You see, such that if one doesn't have both parents, probably is not married, can there be that leeway to have other relatives come in? That's what we would encourage. But we'd really want you to be covered in case of a demise. Because you can also die as a member. What happens to your beneficiary, who could be your sister, may not be your husband or your wife or your brother. So we would really encourage that. Yes, so I think those are the issues. The others will answer. Thank you.
Cooperators, good afternoon. Here is home for me, and those of you who have been here know that this is home for me. And that is why I had to create time, however late, to come, so that I also get to understand how you are doing. I know you have had a long day, allow me not to bore you with a lot of speeches, but there's a lot that is going on in the cooperative movement. I know my bosses were here, they may have spoken to the cooperative bill, which has now left Parliament and is before the Senate. We know a lot of things are going on. When that document is concluded, we'll be able to look at our bylaws again and embrace some of those developments. The image out there has not been very pleasant to all of us because of Cusco. I just want to assure you, the cooperative movement is strong. Allow me to talk from the point of Nairobi County. I happen to be in charge of 60% of the portfolio of cooperatives in this country. I also host the top 10 cooperatives. Mwalimu National now has a portfolio of 68 billion. It is the strongest in Africa, not just Kenya, not just Nairobi County. And it is growing stronger and stronger. Number 2 is Sacco. Sacco is raising Mwalimu, there's a difference of 2 billion. Number 3 is Kenya Police. Number 4 is Harambee Sacco. Number 5 is Afya Sacco. Number 6 is Uniters. Uniters is likely to overtake Afya. And this is in terms of total assets. Number 7 is United Nations. Number 8 is Upstar. Upstar used to be Ukulima. They rebranded and they now call themselves Upstar because people used to think Those are members from Ukulima Market. Mnajua marketing? Whereas it was Ministry of Agriculture. Then we have Hazina, then we have Safaricom, then Kimisitu, Muhasibu, Kenya Bankers. Nairobi County has 75 billionaires. Nairobi County has non-deposit taking Saccos to the tune of 130, where you fall. The deposit taking Saccos are 47, because last year we graduated 3. We graduated Muhasibu, we graduated Jiwa for NSIS, and we graduated Umoja Wendani. I am looking forward to graduating this one to a DT status. Challenges are always there. Last year we had a challenge of the Gen Zs. We didn't do Shirika the way we normally do, where we put on our beautiful t-shirts and go to KICC. Tulipangwa kidogo na tukapangika. But we learned our lessons. What did we learn? We need to embrace the Gen Zs into the cooperative movement and design products that suit them. Gen Zs don't want to hear that they will come and wait for 6 months to get a loan. They want to get the loan on arrival. And that is why we have introduced and we are encouraging cooperatives to introduce something called Karibu Loan, where you give them a loan. I know you have it, isn't it? But part of the loan goes towards their deposits. The Gen Zs don't want to hear that you are going to buy a plot in Riyadh and then take a loan to pay within 48 months to put the foundation, wait for another 4 years to get to Linton. They want ready apartments. The Gen Zs don't want to hear that we are going to the office of the CEO to get a loan form to fill. They want loans from the comfort of their bedrooms, that they only use their gadget and the loan comes to the form. We learned our lessons. We also learned lessons through what happened in Cusco. It has opened our eyes. Nobody saw all these things. I know you invested around 4 million. I was told by the chief officer. By the way, the chief officer is here and my bosses. Today I delegated upwards because they knew I was in Safaricom. But I confided with them in Muhasibu and I've left them there so that I come here. Many meetings in Nairobi County, but all of them must be satisfied. We must give them the attention. This Cusco thing has embarrassed all of us. There is a lot of negative publicity out there, but I want to encourage you and tell you that the cooperative movement is very strong. One of my key cooperatives had invested 1.2 billion. This year, they provisioned 200 million. But the interest of deposits still went up. What is the rocket science? Reserves. They had made a lot of reserves, so the provisioning came from the reserves. Most of the cooperatives' returns have improved despite those challenges. And so, please, I encourage you to continue saving. The movement is strong, the government is there to revive Cusco, and believe you me, I talked to the chairman of the interim board, and he told me that within 2 years, Cusco will be up and running. I was privileged to donate 4 board members from Nairobi to the interim board. Police Sacco, Muhasibu Sacco, Stima Sacco, and Mwalimu Sacco. Then there's the technical team that has been appointed from the CEOs. Again, as Nairobi County, I donated Dr. Uchiri from Marambe Sacco, Dr. Nyanga from Ukulima Sacco, Dr. Hassan from Stima Sacco, and the CEO of Uniters. We are combining efforts with the support of all these stakeholders. We'll bring back the lost glory of Cusco. It is still the mother of Saccos. It is like you sending money from abroad, you give your mother to build for you a house, you get beautiful photos of the house that was being built, but on your arrival, you get your grass-thatched house. What do you do to this mother? Do you kill this mother? You will click, feel like slapping, but at the end of it all, you will still feel like life has to continue. I know I'll be here with you to the end. You are about to do your elections. I have an officer here. I hope she was introduced. Yes, she was introduced. Now we are the era of clearing you to vie for positions. It's called vetting. The cooperative really makes it mandatory, chaired by the Director of Cooperatives. Because of my busy office, I appoint my officers to do it so that I can handle appeals. I want to congratulate those who went through. Those will be presented today having been cleared to vie. I wish all of you good luck. In the county, our role is to register cooperatives, promote cooperatives, and grow cooperatives. That is why we work with you in almost all your activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. So you can proceed.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so I was allocated initially one question, but I will take three. So the first one is to address an issue on guarantors and whether when a person approaches the Sacco as an individual, the guarantors are involved. So in order for an individual to restructure a loan, there must be a form which is filled and all the guarantors must actually sign before we consider a restructure. Therefore, the guarantors are involved. We will not reduce the installments without involving the guarantors because they are key stakeholders in the loan repayment process. Which then takes me to the next one, which is why is it that we're provisioning and yet these loans are insured? So there are two problems, yeah, which lead to this particular issue. So the first one is fairly straightforward, that by the time the loan, by the time the person who had the loanee, let me call the person that passed on or demised, the loan was already in arrears. The person had already defaulted. Now, insurance does not cater for defaulted loans for the living. That is actually why we then have the problem we have, that this person defaulted while alive, and therefore the insurance then does not cater for the loan. That is the easier one. The more difficult one is that we need to notify the insurance companies of this default within a particular period of time. Now, for some people, for religious reasons or for lack of knowledge, some is religious, some don't know. They do not provide us with the notification of death on time. If you then provide this notification, if you don't provide it to the insurance company within a particular time, again, the insurance cover lapses. So those are the two reasons why we then come and say, can we write off these loans? Obviously, it is the onus is on us as management and as directors to make sure that our processes are tampered with so that we do not pass this burden to the members. Then the third question, which I will tackle, was raised by Mr. Isavary, and the issue is, what is the issue in Kileleshwa? And the issue of Kileleshwa really is that it is no longer conducive as an office. I mean, you can all imagine you are in an office which is on the ground floor, and yet there are on 3 sides, yeah, 19 floors, 20 floors, whatever. So as a financial institution, it then becomes very difficult to guarantee privacy, to guarantee security, and so on. But the thing is, we are informing you about this just so that when eventually a decision is made, you ask us what we have decided. We cannot make a decision until we come to the membership. We will come to the floor, whether we want to move out, whether we want to sell the piece of land, that will come to the floor, and the members will decide why, because the property belongs to the members. Thank you.
Maybe just to pick one more question from the questions that have been asked. I must mention that we really value the information that we get from you as members with regards to defaulters especially. If you're a guarantor and you've given us leading information with regards to the defaulter, we follow it through just to be able to help and support the process so that the member can come back and start repaying. A member here asked about Clarence. I will not mention where she works. And actually, we have tried as much as we can, including using debt collectors. Unfortunately, we were served with a court order, and that matter is currently in court. So whatever information that we have, and of course we're trying to follow it up to ensure that it is resolved as quickly as we can. Whatever information that we have, please do not hold it. Give us, we will be able to use it accordingly. As long as it's a lawful information, we will use it accordingly to be able to recover as much as we can. Thank you.
So thank you, Judge. Supervisory, you had specific questions and maybe some clarification on the signatures.
Yeah, thank you very much. We had 2 questions to respond to. There was one which was also asked with the summary, which has been responded to with Madam Judy. But I just want to clarify something on a question which was not asked to supervisory, but I don't think whether the answer is coming out clearly based on the spirit and the tone in which the question was asked. And this was with regard to the benevolent and the age limit. I think the age limit here is the age limit at which that particular parent or parent-in-law is being onboarded. So when you as a member, you are joining the Sacco, what is the age limit to your parent or to your in-laws acceptable? So once that person has been onboarded, most insurers, they don't have age limit, and they can be corrected by the industry practitioners here. Once you are onboarded, even if you are 90 years, they will take care of that person. It's just about at that point in time when the insurance is accepting you and your mother or mother and father-in-law at the time of onboarding. So I've just added that small bit. Then I'll go straight away to respond to my questions. One of them was with regard to, we did not give specifics about the strategic plans aspects which were not realized, which we alluded to in our report. Allow me just to walk through. We were trying as much as possible to come up with a 1 or 2 pager and not to make this document convoluted. The aspect of the SP which Supervisory Committee realized were not achieved, one of them was growing of the loan book by 15% annually to 2.79 billion by next year, 2026. We are not moving at that rate, at 15%. So you go details to our report there, you will see we are not doing anything close to 15%. Another area was portfolio at risk and recoveries. Our PAR is supposed to be 5% and below, and you are told we are still at 5.8 something or 9 something, if I'm not wrong. Again, that is in the book. Another aspect which was not realized, the aspect of financial management, managing the cost to income ratio to 40% per year, year on year. Again, we are not anywhere close to that. Look at our reports there. And then another aspect was deposit and share capital growth, growing of deposit by 17% annually to 3.1 billion, and share capital growth 30% per annum to Kenya shillings 295 million shillings by end of 2026. Those aspects are the things in our strategic plan. You have a copy of this strategic plan. And if you marry the two with the report which has been presented before you today, we are not moving any close to that. Another aspect was revenue growth. A revenue growth by 15% to Kenya shillings 353 million shillings by end of next year. Again, we are not moving in the direction to inspire us to believe that by end of next year we'll be there. Regulatory ratios and other compliance, liquidity ratio at 15%, core capital to asset ratios at 10%. Again, this you've been told, it's good we've achieved 3, but there are other 2 of these ratios that we've not achieved. And bet we are moving in the right direction, we are optimistic we'll realize them. So we've not achieved them as per our SP, that all of them by end of next year, we should have them as required by the regulator. Another aspect was recruitment and growth of Sacco's active membership by 15% annually to 5,200 by the end of next year. And when we projected, we realized we need to do like about 800 to 900 for the life of this SP of 3 years, 2023 to 2026. Instead of doing 800 to 900 new membership per month, per year, we are doing about an averagely 300 to 350 per year. Again, that is not even 50%. So the other bit is retention and dormancy. Have highly engaged, active, loyal membership while maintaining less than 10% dormancy. Again, we've not achieved that. That is an aspect of strategic plan, which our members are having a soft copy of. Then we have the aspect of welfare and education. Build the capacity of our members in all facets of their lives and investment in training programs. At least that one we are trying to achieve something. We have member education and our members are fairly informed about what is happening in the Sacco. Efficient processes, again that we are trying to do something. Today we've seen we just launched something here. So ladies and gentlemen, those are some of the aspects which as Supervisory Committee observed that with regard to our strategic plan, quite a good number, a sizable portion have not been realized, but we didn't want to fit them in this small document. Thank you very much. Last but not the least, signatures. My sister right there, I can see her with the colored top. Ask very valid question. Why are we having some signatures which have been copy-pasted on this serious document? Again, that is a very good observation. I can assure you we normally don't do it that way. What normally happens if you realize about a month or so, most of our machines are prompting us if you want to sign something online that you must have a version of PDF. We have some ICT people here can confirm that. At least I was lucky, mine was one of that grade. But we have other machines which have not been upgraded, I think to version 6 of PDF, so that they could sign it online. But we are happy all of the Supervisory Committee members are here. None of them has their signatures forged or copy-pasted with their permission. It's their machines that let them down, and we can assure you will improve on that by next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maurice. James, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. I've turned to three matters. First, there's a member who had concern about the congestion that was there at the registration desk. As the team leader, I highly apologize for what you went through and promise it will not happen again. We are sorry for that. On Gatarong Island, the matter came up in court in July last year for mention, and the Office of the Attorney General had not responded on behalf of the Lands Registrar because government officers, when you sue a government officer, it's the Attorney General who appears in court as the legal representative of all government officers. So in July last year, the Office of the Attorney General had not submitted their submissions in court. They were given December 4th to respond. By December 4th, they had not responded, neither had they served any submissions in court. Our advocate was guided by the court to do a service to the Office of the Attorney General and serve the Attorney General with the new mention date, which is 24th of March, and thereafter swear an affidavit of service with the court evidence that they have done the third service to the Office of the Attorney General, which they did. And we've been advised by our legal advisors that if the Attorney General fails to respond by 24th of March, then what our advocate needs to do is to proceed to court and request the court to provide a hearing date, because the hearing hasn't commenced, it was just mentioned date. So we've been guided that there's need now the advocate to proceed. If by 24th the Attorney General will not have responded, they proceed to request the court to schedule a mentioned date and a hearing date, so that the matter can now be heard
and during the hearing make a request for summary judgment of that matter. So as and when we will get updates, we will update our members accordingly. On the dedicated mobile banking platform, currently we have *346#, which we use when we are having access to our mobile services at the Sacco. *346# is shared by several users. So on a number of occasions, you want to use the platform, and because there are many organizations that are using it, it's a shared platform. You will always experience, fluctuations in the services that you are getting. Additionally, the security features on the shared platform, the security features are weaker compared to the platform that we just launched, the dedicated mobile platform. So it is more secure compared to the current platform we are using. It is dedicated to Finnlemm. If you press *816#, it's only Finnlemm that is using that code in this country. *346# is being used by several other users. So if you are registered to any other that uses *346#, you see options. It's asking you Finnlemm or another one, but *816# is dedicated to Finnlemm. Additionally, in terms of cost effectiveness, all these USSD codes, there is a service provider who provides that code and keeps a custody of it, and there is a revenue sharing formula between the user and the owner of that platform. The current one, the rate that we share with the service provider is higher compared to the rate we'll be sharing with the new service provider, meaning there'll be more money retained in the Sacco compared to the current arrangement with the current service provider. A further question to that was how many members have signed up to the new dedicated mobile banking platform. It's around 20% of the membership. We are having around 650 members so far who have signed up on the dedicated mobile banking platform, as opposed to 80% of the active members who are currently signed up on the existing platform. So we are encouraging members to transit to the new platform because it has more features, better experience, and more benefits using the *816# platform. In terms of data protection, we are not migrating everybody from the old platform to the new platform, and that's why we require you sign a form, you fill a form and sign, consenting that we migrate you to the new platform. You can either do it physically or online. Even when you do online, there's a place you click giving consent for us to process your data in compliance with the Data Protection Act. Thank you.
Thanks, CEO, for that elaboration in terms of answering. So I'll call upon the auditors.
Thank you. Honorable members, I would like to respond to some of the issues which have been raised. Some of them, they need clarification. So number one, I will start with a question or clarification which was sought by a member. Are fairly presented. This means when you say accounts are fairly presented, is they are free from material misstatements. What do I mean? And we are talking about 2 billion. In finance, we say that is immaterial. So what we are saying is the accounts are free from material misstatements. And actually that is the guideline of our auditors as opposed to report or to check with accordance to international financial reporting standards and international auditing standards. Thank you. Then there was another query on a clarification on the issues raised in the management letter. I want to confirm to you, honorable members, that all issues reported in the management letter were thoroughly discussed with the Supervisory Committee and the Board of Management, and what we are expecting, because we got their responses, is an implementation matrix. And our responsibility, if we get re-elected, is next time we'll be presenting accounts to you, we will be confirming to you whether the established implementation matrices were met or not. There was another issue with regards to key audit matters. A member had asked, when they pointed out of the 3 issues being pointed out on page 30 of our report, whether they are high risk or not. In auditing and how auditing is done, and specifically for this one, is when we talk about key audit matters, these are issues which we think they are supposed to be brought to the attention of the stakeholders. One of the stakeholders in a Sacco or in this setup is the members. So these things have to be brought to your attention, and as auditors, we are supposed to confirm or to say what we did. And that is what is clearly indicated in our report. Again, on that, a member had asked something with regards to issue number 3. This member asked about whether the Sacco at the time of these investments, whether all regulatory laws were adhered to. Actually, in connection to that, because the member had said actually I read what we wrote in our report, we advise the Sacco board and management to follow the regulatory requirements when making such investments in future, and as well ensure member investments are repaid. What we are talking about this, and now, like now what is happening in the Sacco industry, we know the issue of Cusco. When this Cusco matter came up, a directive from the regulator SASRA was done, clearly indicating that Sacco should never ever invest in a non-regulated entity. What are we saying in this case? I want to borrow or comment on what happened with the issues regarding the FDC. US members, we are aware that sometimes in 2017, that is July, June, an investigation was done by the ministry, and you know what came out. It was very clear that some of the issues were not adhered to, and as one of the members was saying there, some of the things with regards to that transaction seems they were not done above board. So that is why we are making our comment there on issue number 3, that all regulatory requirements are supposed to be adhered to. And again, in connection to that, the treasurer read the letter coming from the regulator SASRA, whereby they are talking about the issue of investment. What do we mean? A Sacco investing in non-income earning assets. In this case, in our case, the Sacco here invested through the development arm, which is FDC, in a land. This land is non-income earning. So that is why now I'm trying to explain on our comment number 2 that all investments are supposed to be done in regards to what? To the requirement by the regulator. And again, in that, borrowing from what, or commenting on what the ministry said at that time in 2017, that the Sacco is always supposed to have an investment what? An investment policy such that when we come in as the external auditors, when the Supervisory Committee, because your eyes are checking on what is happening in the Sacco, in future, they will be checking against the investment policy and they will be reporting to you on that. Thank you. Then, I want to comment on another issue here, which a member asked, with regards to share capital. It had been reported, or I read that the share capital increased from 119.5 million to a figure of 150 million. Share capital is what? Share capital is the money you as a member, you give a Sacco. Because the member here is asking whether that money is secure. Remember, when you give this money to the Sacco, this money is invested somewhere. When I come in as an auditor, even when the supervisory committee checks this, they check and verify where has this money been invested. If you read with me, or you check on page 34 of the published accounts on the statement of financial position, this money when you give the board who are taking care of the financial affairs of the Sacco, they don't keep it in a box. This money is invested, and you can see very clearly in our assets. And those who understand finance, we always say financed by. So you can see very clearly the money has been invested, and you can see we have cash and cash equivalent, we have financial assets. That is where your money is. So to answer that is, as external auditors, and to answer that question is, we confirm and we can confidently say that money is secure because it's invested somewhere and it's bringing what income to you. So with regards to that and with regards to the share capital, there is no exposure. Then was another issue with regards to note number 4. That is page 43 of the audited accounts. Allow me to read. It is talking about credit risk, and it is for section 1. It's talking about enhanced interest income. This is the statement. The society is exposed to the risk that enhanced interest income may be accrued but not received. The exposure to enhanced interest income is managed by only recognizing the interest income received. Now, this is what we mean. When we are doing accounts, and when we are doing the audits, number 1, we are supposed to put the supporting notes or the explanation notes to the accounts. What we are trying to report here is we are trying to say, look, members, there can be this risk, or people, there can be this risk in the system whereby income might be recognized when it is not earned. Hence, what we are saying is, in this statement we are saying, this one is taken care of in your Sacco, and we are saying confidently, your Sacco only recognized incomes which were received. Or in other terms, what we are supposed to say when presenting accounts to a setup like this, sometimes there is what is the basis of revenue recognition. Actually, it's like now in this case we are saying, how are your incomes being recognized? That is specifically what we are trying to explain in this case. Thank you. I think I've answered all the questions.
Thanks very much, Bwana Wambua. So that marks the end of the Q&A. I hope we've been able to address all the questions. Otherwise, if there is any that was not answered, the board is still here, supervisory is still here, management is still here, our regulators are still here, so we can always, the auditor, of course, might walk out, but we're still allowed to continue asking those questions and engaging with the Sacco. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the time to moderate. It wasn't an easy one, but we've managed. So I'll call upon the MC to proceed to the, sorry? Which one? Okay. About the dividends, you want to respond to? Yes. I can give.
Thank you. I think the member who asked had left, but yes, your question is very valid. Investor fatigue is a serious concern. And as a board, we are also very concerned that we are only giving 7% as compared to maybe what other SACCOs are giving. But not only other SACCOs, I know as young people, you are on MMF, right? You can see what the bonds are providing. You can see the stock market is doing well. So as a board, we really tried this time round. In fact, we had provisioned higher. But what happened, and I think we need to be honest, is number 1, the dividends was highly affected by the issues that are happening in Cusco, and SASRA asked us to provision for it. in fact, the amount of which they were asking for us to provision, it would have meant that members go home with literally almost nothing, right? Second also is the issue of FDCL or FDC, which we are trying to sort out as much as possible. I think once we have these two issues sorted out, then you'll be able to see higher dividends. That one we assure you as the board. So it's been a very tough environment for us to, trying to manage all these underlying factors, including the taxes. These taxes that, we are paying, for example, for staff, increased taxes right now due to the finance bill, the NSF, of course, it's into our costs. If you look even at the costs, even as a Sacco, we are really paying high taxes to the government. And maybe this is a petition to Madam Aremo to, Saccos are really, really paying high taxes. So we need to maybe petition government as a people. But yes, it's a concern. We are working on it, and those are some of the issues that have affected our dividends this year. And we hope that next year is going to be better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Yes, Joy?
Good afternoon, members. I want to take us back to a question that was asked and wasn't responded to. That's on page 57, where under administrative expenses, where we have legal, consultancy, and professional fees. A member asked whether there's anything to be concerned about, and the response to this is really no. There's no cause for alarm, and this was CPAMI. So being a financial institution, of course, risk management is part of what we were awarded for. So there comes times where we need to engage legal professionals, and by the fact that we do not have our own in-house lawyer, like an employee who takes up legal cases from within, there are instances where we have to take up litigation. For example, the Nakuru case, the one that we've been talking about today, dispute resolution. Of course, lawyers who are in our panel, the service providers, will bill us for that, and that has to be provisioned for. There are instances where you just need a legal opinion before you go in and decide whether you want to take this particular member to court, and that too will be billed. The other professional costs, like for auctioneers, when you want to execute a judgment, you get the services of an auctioneer, that has to be paid for, just to mention a few. So in brief, there's no cause of alarm. It's just part of what we do and are supposed to do. Thank you.
I've been reminded there is a question that has not been responded to in regard to share capital. There's a member who asked whether she must attain the 40,000 share capital at a go for her to enjoy the benefits of being a member. There are a number of us seated in this hall, we haven't yet attained the 40,000 share capital. Some are at 30, others at 35. And we've allowed members to grow their share capital gradually. So we don't insist that you must have 40,000 on the very first day you are joining Finnlemm. We allow you time to grow the share capital, because even those who are here, they have grown it over time. And when you are also taking a loan facility, we will guide you how much out of the loan facility you are taking can help you towards attaining the 40,000 share capital that require. However, should you now have ambitions of wanting to be a board member, the share capital is 50,000 and not 40,000. So if it reaches a point where you are interested in seeking an elective post, at that point then it will be mandatory that you have 50,000 share capital before offering yourself for an elective position. You continue enjoying the services as a member. As you are here, you are participating in the apex organ, the supreme organ of the organization, in making decisions that will shape the Sacco. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks very much, CEO. Thanks, Joy. Thanks, Sharon, for more clarification and for answering the questions that we had left out. So we appreciate it. So thank you very much. And at this point, I want to take back the mic to the MC for the next session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Erastus, for taking us through the plenary. Members, we still have some 3 main agendas that we want to go through. First we'll need to approve the budget that was presented to us by the Treasurer. Thereafter, we will also go to the appointment of the auditors, and at this point, maybe we will need to request the auditors who are also seeking reappointment, who are our current auditors, to give them leave so that when we'll be handling this agenda, they will be out of our meeting after this. So first, let's thank our auditors for the good job. Thank you, DK Wambua and Associates. Let's clap for them. And we hope for the best. Hope to see you again. So first is the budget. I would request the Treasurer, or rather we'll just get the proposal and the seconder, if on the budget. It is one of the resolutions, but maybe before then we would go to the appointment of auditors for the year 2025. And maybe the IT team will present. I think the SC will take the lead on this, the Supervisory Committee, and they'll just give a short brief of the candidates for the auditors.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. We had a list of auditors presented to us by the Secretariat Procurement Committee, working together with our internal auditor. And based on the criteria, the minimum criteria or qualification, out of that list, we only managed to get 3 audit firms. And the 3 audit firms, in the interest of time, I'm just trying really to simplify. You can see the DK Wambua and Associates, our current auditors. Then we have Fovis Mazas, and then we have Omano and Associates. So as you can see, these are actually they are just equal partners in terms of the number of years of service, in terms of number of experience. And it is now for the members now to discuss and see who among them they would like to audit our books going forward. I stated the current one is DK Wambua, and they are still interested in being in working for us. So if you feel they are the team to give this task, then that is upon the members to decide. But as stated, all of them are equal to the tasks. I think you can just scroll over to the bottom line. They have various charges which the Sacco, which you will have to cough to get their services. DK Wambua, 388,000. Fovis, 487,200. And then Mazas, 506,300 shillings. So those are our auditors. So I think we can just guide it. I don't know how we proceed settling on one of them. The members can now decide. Okay.
So I think we'll go for a vote, or if there's a question? A point? Yeah. Okay.
Our chair lady, may I talk to the director? Sorry.
Habari yenu.
Naweza ongea na director from the government. We started with a quorum. We are voting without a quorum. Our members are giving a loophole for this Sacco to die. So maybe the director, you tell us something. Because we cannot vote, we are around 100 people.
Thank you for raising that. I had even raised it with the CEO, the chair, because we are about to do elections and the voters are going with the votes. I was also worried. I think going forward, you need to summarize your discussions, because again, if you stay from morning to evening, exhaustion gets in. Kuna wengine kuna watoto wadogo. They can't stay here the whole day. So I think in future, Chair, you can be giving reports in advance so that when you come here, you don't read. Like minutes, you should not read. You just go to matters arising. That way you'll be able to do your meetings by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, we do elections. Otherwise, hata tukibaki na 10, tutafanya uchaguzi. So I would encourage us to fasten the resolutions so that you do elections before I am left with an empty hall. Yet I need leadership. So he is asking, auditors have been presented. Can we get somebody proposing so that we move faster on this? Allow me to assist. Yes, your name, there is a mic there. You are proposing which firm?
Hudson Alubisia, member number FA 6084. I propose and move that instead of doing an election, we go by proposal and seconder. In case there is a counter proposal, is when we can vote. So
we are auditors.
I recommend DK Wambua. Thank you.
You propose DK Wambua. Is there a seconder? There at the center.
My name is Douglas Macharia Kingara, member number FA 0640. I second.
Is there any counter? A different proposal? By show of hands, DK Wambua? Very good, the ayes have it. Let us move with that speed now. I'm setting the pace.
Thank you very much, and thank you, members. So we move to the resolutions, which the chair, I would invite you to take over. And members, I know we started very early. Some of us came very late. We were imploring you to come so that we start early. Next time we'll try and work better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, if you recall, the plenary session started at 12. It actually went on for 2 hours. That's where we lost it. It actually took 2 hours, and it was supposed to be 40 minutes. So we'll do better next time. So 42nd Annual General Meeting held today at St. Andrew's PCA Church, Nairobi on 8th March. These are the proposed resolutions. So I'll go very systematically, and I believe for every resolution, I'll need a proposer and a seconder. So the first one, pay dividend on share capital at 13%, amounting to Kenya shillings 90,597,921. Proposer? If it's recapitalized, we'll say it here.
Berry Logutu, FA 3116, I propose.
Thank you. Seconder?
George Otieno Ketch.
We didn't hear you.
I second.
2627, is that what he said? There's something wrong with that microphone. Beatrice, look at it. Then number 2, pay interest on deposits at weighted average of 7%, amounting to Kenya shillings 113,023,429. This is your rebate, interest on your deposits. Proposer?
Maslin Safari
Moturi.
Sorry.
You'll second, Madam. We can start with her, then we go to you.
I propose payment of interest on our deposits at 7%. My name is Doreen Moturi, FA 5433.
Thank you.
I'm seconding. My name is Mas.
Can we get a better microphone, please, Beatrice? They're all off.
FA 6987, Maslin Safari, I'm seconding.
Thank you. Number 3, pay board honorarium at 2% of the total turnover amounting to Kenya shillings 5,514,161.
Hello, Robert Getonga, FA number 07055. I propose.
Thank you. Seconder?
Hudson Alobisia, FS 6084, I second.
Thank you. Number 4, retain borrowing powers of the Sacco at Kenya shillings 100 million.
Edwin Karaoke, member number 1177, I propose.
Thank you.
Samuel Nyanga of 689, I second.
Thank you. I think the microphone should be closer here. The Gen Zs are very fast. Okay. Retain board indemnity at Kenya shillings 500,000 for each board member. Board indemnity. Proposer? Oh, they're there.
My name is Edward Guaro, member number 1038. I propose.
My name is Daniel Achola, member number 4244, I second.
Thank you. Now, members, there is also another matter. The budget was presented earlier, but it also needs an approval. The budget that was presented by the treasurer. So we need a proposer and a seconder.
My name is Josephat Sabari, member number FA 1464. I propose.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Joel Mutai, FA 1835. I second.
Thank you. Thank you very much, members. So we now move to the next agenda, which is elections, and this will be spearheaded by the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've been requested by the ministry, having served as the secretary to the vetting committee. We had the cooperative, the sub-county cooperative officers, the chair of the vetting committee, and we had a representative from the Law Society of Kenya, ISPAC, Transparency International. The vetting committee received 8 applications for the positions on the board and the supervisory committee. There were 6 applicants who expressed interest to be members of the board of directors, and 2 applicants who expressed interest to be members of the supervisory committee. The vetting committee, in line with the election policy of the Sacco, vetted the applicants and cleared 1 applicant to contest for the post of the member of the supervisory committee. They also vetted the 6 applicants who applied to join the board of directors and cleared 5 applicants to join, to contest for the position of member of the board of directors. At this point, I hand over this session to the ministry to proceed and present to you the members who are cleared and declare the positions vacant. Thank you, Chair.
As I had said earlier, we embrace Gen Zs. That is my Gen Z. She's called Gladys Ndegwa, leading by example. Mine is to observe how she's doing things. Gladys, take it over.
Thank you. Our Director of Cooperatives, Board of Directors, Supervisory Officials, and Finnlemm Cooperators, good evening. Hamjambo. My name is Gladys Ndegwa. I'm a cooperative officer, and I'll be taking you through the election of the Board of Directors and that of official. I'll start by reading the names of those who are retiring. We'll start with the board. We have Erastus Chetty. You can stand. Those who are retiring, we start with Erastus Chetty. We move on to Bernard Otieno Odhiambo and Caroline Jerry Karaoke. I therefore declare 3 vacant positions from the board. Moving on to supervisory, we have one who is retiring. He's Mr. Morris Odur Aboni. I therefore declare 1 vacant position. So members, as you all have heard, we have the nominees who went through the vetting and were cleared. From the board, we had 5, and from the supervisory, we have 1. So members, from the supervisory, we have Mr. Morris Odur Aboni. You can kindly stand. So members, he's the only one who applied and was cleared, so he's elected unopposed. Tumpongeze. So he was proposed by Vincent Ogutu and Dr. Madeline Adhiambo. So you can kindly move forward, sir. Congratulations. Moving on to the board, I'll urge the candidates to stand as I read their names, to step forward. We have Erastus Chetty. Tumpigia makofi. We have Bernard Odhiambo Otieno. Doreen Nyakeraria Moturi. And we have Millicent Ogutu Omuondo. So members, they are Daniel Wamai Gidoi. Kindly forgive me for that. Forgive me for that. So members, we have 5 candidates and we only need 3. 5 and we need how many? 3. So I'll give them a chance, each 1 second each. Members, you kindly mark them. Take your 3 best. After this, we will vote. And I would urge the members, when you are juu, to kindly join the rest upper for easy voting, counting of the voting. Kindly, when you are kindly. Thank you. So I'll give them 1 second, 1 minute each. Kindly, 1 minute. Okay, we can start with Daniel.
Good afternoon. Once again, my name is CPA Wamai Gidoi Daniel from Batuk, member number FA 3889. I've been a member since 2015, and it's a privilege to be a member. I've served previously, and I'm seeking this time to join the board. And I'm seeking your vote so that we can make this Sacco better. You have heard the points. Thank you. Are genuine, most of them are genuine, and there are things that as board members, if we work together, we can achieve them to make this Sacco better. The issue of the interest rates, those are things that if we work together as members and with the support of the board, we'll be able to improve on that. And we hope no investor will run away from us in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. My name is Millicent Ogutu. My friends call me Milo. And because we haven't become friends yet, you can all call me Millicent. But by the end, I hope we'll be friends. I'm a lawyer by profession. I'm a trained corporation secretary, so I'm good at board governance. I'm also a trained mediator. The reason why I joined the board was because, not I joined the board, I'm looking forward. Why I joined the Sacco was because people who were members spoke exceptionally highly of Finnlemm Sacco. My sister there used to glorify all the products she could access from the Sacco, and I kept on saying, when will I be able to join? But in the last, is it 1.5 years, she's had nothing but complaints. The number of people who she used to work with who exited the Sacco has increased. And I kept on asking myself, there's a staff member, Langat. I know him because we have fought until we have agreed. Because every time I have an issue, I don't believe in sitting back and just waiting for a concern. And mostly it's on issues of credit or guarantors their money being deducted because people have defaulted. So I asked myself, in this Kenya where we all sit and we say, government is bad, we just complain, I said, what can I do instead of just being a complainer and a warrior? I said, let me put myself up so that I can also see where I can be a solution to the problem, because I think there are solutions to everything that has been raised here. The issues of people taking up facilities and you know where they work and you're not, and they can't pay. The issues of FTC, I think from listening to everybody here today, people are looking for extraordinary ways of solving the same problem. And I'm looking forward to do that. I hope you all vote for me, and I look forward to working with anybody who comes. I come from South Nyanza, lakini hata nisiposhinda musijali, sitang'oa reli.
Okay, hamjambo members. Kwa majina ni Doreen Nyakerario Muturi kutoka Kisii County. I've been a member of this Sacco for a long time. My agenda still remains Gen Z. So nataka kuambia wale baby boomers, kama wewe ni baby boomer, ibu inua mkono, tukuone. Don't feel shy. Please, give us your children so that they can join the Saccos. Gen Zs wako na pesa. Ukiona zile vitu wanafanya huko nje, zile investments wanafanya ni serious. So we want to recruit more Gen Z members. And that has been my passion for the last 2 years. It's gonna be my passion again this year. I tried last year, I did not win, but I'm back again stronger. Please vote for me, asanteni.
So good afternoon. So my name is Bernard Odhiambo Otieno. I've been a board member for the past 3 years. I'm here to ask for one more term, and I come to you requesting once again that you give me the opportunity to serve you. I'm all for transparency, I'm all for openness, I'm all for good discussions to improve the Sacco. I am all for better returns because that is what we expect. I am all for making sure that, we are not laggards, but that we are industry leaders and that we can, so that this inferiority complex, when other Saccos are talking 10 and we are talking single digit, iishe. Asanteni, naomba kura zenu.
So good afternoon, members. So Erastus Cheti is my name. I'm a Kenyan and a member of Finnlemm Sacco, and I've also been on the board. And really, thank you for having voted me, and for the time that we have worked together for the past period of time. I know there have been challenges. All of you know when we got into this board, there are a number of challenges. We have been working together as a board and with the management to see how best do we move this Sacco forward. It's not an easy thing, I'll tell you. That board is really, it's tight, dealing with very, I would say, complex issues that really need governance decisions that are well informed, and so that is what I'm bringing on the board. I want to continue that, have that continuity on Finnlemm board. And for those that we have interacted, I know we have interacted with all of you in different forums, and so I'm here again. My name still remains to be as clean as it was before I joined the board, and so I'm here again to really request for your vote, and I hope and kindly, politely request for your vote. Thank you.
Some time, can walk outside for a few minutes. As they walk, to clarify on supervisory, we had 2 candidates who applied, but 1 was cleared. Members, I hope you've marked their faces and what they have told you well. Sindio? There are 5, we need how many? 3. So members, munainua mikono mara ngapi? Usipitisha mara ngapi? 3. Thank you, members. So we'll vote by show of hands. I'll start with that side. Nikikuhesabu, unashusha mkono and then finish with the board. Thank you. So members,
I will assist her, so just go and do the counting. I'll be recording.
Thank you. We'll start with Erastus Chetty. So by show of hands from this side, how many members are voting for Erastus Chetty? Hadi hapa mnaweza fikisha. This side. The last side.
Na high table.
The board. We move on to the next candidate, Bernard Odhiambo Otieno. This side, it's okay. It's okay, nimehesabu hapo. Nimehesabu. From the board? Thank you. The next candidate, Daniel Wamai Gevoi. Daniel, we start with this side. This side now. The last part, nimehesabu hapa. From the board. The next candidate, we have Doreen Nyakerario Muturi. Doreen, this side. Doreen. Thank you. Nimehesabu hii side. This other side. The last side, the board. Thank you. We move on to the next one. For Muturi. Okay. There are two. Okay, okay. move on to the next one. Millicent Ogutu Omuodo. Millicent, this side. Kindly, inua vizuri na nikipita usiinue tena. Kindly. This side, kindly. This side. The last side. The board.
Come, Gladys, come.
I think we are done. You can call them back.
What and what? Oh, you are adding as you are doing, eh? This is number 1.
Number 2, Daniel. Number 3, Doreen, 75.
So you announce from here. Announce from here.
I announce them.
Once they end. You announce from bottom up, eh? Number 5.
Wamerudi wote. So the following members are the results. I'll start from number 5. We have Millicent Ogutu Omuodo, 67 votes. Tumpigia makofi. We have Erastus Cheti, 70 votes. We then have Doreen Nyakerario Muturi, 75 votes. Daniel Wamai Githui, 110 votes. Bernard Odhiambo Otieno, 149 votes. Therefore, members, the newly elected officials will be Bernard Odhiambo Otieno. Give him a coffee as he moves forward. Congratulations. We have Daniel Wamai Githui. Congratulations, Daniel. And we have Doreen Nyakerario Muturi. Congratulations, Doreen, and congratulations to all of you, the candidates. Mine is to wish you all members well, and God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just some few minutes and then we are closing up. Thank you and congratulations to the newly elected board members.
And also we thank for the competitors who are able to run for this, Erastus and Millicent, wishing you all the best. Don't give up. Still, another chance is available next year. And to all of you members, thank you again for the voting. I would just want to, if there's any other business, then we will close with a word of prayer from one of our members. Any other business? Sorry? No, there wasn't. So let's, I will request one of our board members to give a vote of thanks, and then we close with a word of prayer. I would request, where's George? George, to come and give a vote of thanks, and then we close with a word of prayer.
So good afternoon, everyone. I know we must be very tired, but we thank God that we have come to the end of our AGM. I must appreciate every one of you that took some time to come and participate in this AGM. This is your Sacco. Whatever happens in this institution affects you directly, and therefore the decisions that are made here are important for you to participate in them. So I must, on behalf of the board, I must appreciate your support, your commitment, even patronizing the products that we have as a Sacco. We are so grateful. Thank you so much, our ministry officials, Madam Doreen, on behalf of the rest of them that were here in the morning. We appreciate your presence and even gracing us this day. You are very busy, many Saccos having the AGMs at the same time, but being here together with us it's important to us, and we are grateful. Thank you so much, all board members, for being part of the whole process. I must recognize our former CEO, Hudson. Thank you so much, Hudson. Just wave to the members. Hudson went to be a CEO of another Sacco, but he has remained a committed member of this Sacco, and we don't take it for granted. Maybe those that are having some other discussions behind there, let's first conclude together so that we can conclude in one piece. All visitors, do we have any visitor who might just have decided to come and see what we do? Feel welcome. After this, there is a form behind there you can take and fill, and definitely become a member. I want to take this opportunity also to appreciate all the contestants for the board positions. I know it is not that easy, but we appreciate that you took time to prepare, to talk to people, to fill those forms, and even to present yourself. We appreciate. My fellow board member, I know we will talk more, and who else? And Caroline, I'm sure we will talk more. Your services definitely to this Sacco have been well appreciated. And to this team that is here next to me, we also take time to thank you also for participating. I know we may not have received a question from you, but feel part of this Sacco, and definitely even bring other members to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. So kindly let's stand for the word of prayer, and I would invite Hudson to lead us in the word of prayer. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Let us pray as we also have the benediction. Our Father and our God, in the name of Jesus,
we thank you because you are the giver of life, and you have enabled each one of us, members of our great Sacco, Finnlemm, to gather here today to be able to review the results for the year 2024. We want to thank you for the great growth that has been reported to us. We want to thank you for the achievements. We want to thank you for the wisdom, the time, and the effort that has been put in by the board of directors, the staff, and also for the support from the ministry, the regulators, and other partners. We also want to thank you for the membership that has kept it, Finnlemm Sacco, that monthly contribute towards the results that we have seen in terms of the savings and patronizing the products that has given us the income that has been declared today to be shared among the shareholders. I want to thank you, Lord, even for the new team that is coming to join together with the board of directors and the supervisory committee, that, Lord, they will be united to be able to take this Sacco to even greater heights. And now, Father, I want to thank you even as we come to the end of this meeting, that, Lord, you'll go ahead of each one of us. We have come from different directions, from near and far. I ask your journey mercies and blessings upon each one of us. Now the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord cause his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord turn his countenance towards you and give you peace. Surely God's goodness and mercy may follow each one of you all the days of your life. In Jesus' name, amen. Shalom. God bless you.
Thank you very much, and thank you. Thank you very much, and we wish you safe journey back to your places. Hope to see you again. Thank you. Manoma na Mandi.